Yep. Because you're yeah.
Ah.
Which is the perfect. Good way.
Ah. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. That's what we should. Yeah, I think we'll do. We'll do. Oh, oh. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your patience. We still have about 15? Oh, we're almost done. So just give us a couple more minutes. We have a line of people waiting to get in, and then we'll get started. Thanks for your patience. Yeah? Okay. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you so much for your patience. It is Tuesday, March 19th. And can I have a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Supervisor Christie.
It's right there. Here. Thank you.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Lee. Here. Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Christie is participating remotely. Supervisor Hines is out. All other board members are present.
Thank you. For the Pledge of Allegiance, we have Alejandra Reese. She's a volunteer coordinator with PAC, Pima Animal Care Center, who's going to provide us with the pledge. Thank you for being here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Next, we have the land acknowledgement statement, which is going to be provided by Rose Cota. She's a principal at Johnson Primary.
Hello, my name is Rose Cota, and I'm the proud principal of Johnson Primary School. I was born and raised in Douglas, Arizona, and came to Tucson 30 years ago, where I met my husband, and we had a son who is a product of TUSD and is a junior at Innovation Tech High School. I have been at Johnson Primary School, pre-K to third grade, for about 7 years now. And we just finished celebrating Love of Reading and, of course, Valentine's Day. So we're excited to hit it hard in April for our testing. I have the honor of reading the land acknowledgement today. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaqui tribe with Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you, and thank you, Principal Cota. Now we have Pause for Pause with a little friend who I know is available for adoption, so everyone look and go, oh, so cute.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. This is Princess. She's a really cute little girl. She just came in as a stray a couple of days ago. She does show signs of having several litters of puppies, so definitely a good reminder to spay and neuter. These guys are still out there reproducing, which is part of the reason that we have so many dogs in the shelter today. So we have just under 500 dogs in our shelter today, and every dog, of course, that leaves is helpful in reducing that number. So whether it's a really cute little gal like this, or maybe one of our dogs that has some more specific needs, they all help. It's all wonderful for any of them to get a home. I should also mention that we had our Snip and Tip event about 2 weeks ago, where we spayed and neutered 552 cats, which is really exciting. With kitten season just around the corner, that's 552 cats that will not be reproducing this kitten season. That means more kittens that won't have to be born to a life outdoors, reproducing. It really helps stop that cycle where it starts. So we're really excited about that. We have a lot going on. It's free adoptions all this week at PAC for both dogs and cats. So dogs, puppies, cats, kittens, whatever you're looking for, we have it. And they're free to adopt this week. And of course, every pet that gets adopted from PAC is spayed or neutered, microchipped, and up to date on vaccines. So it's a great deal, and you get a new best friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Free pets over here. You guys can go pet that cute little puppy. Okay. We have a few agenda adjustments. Ms. Madriquez.
Yes, on the regular agenda, page 3, item 10, under Board of Supervisors, unfinished business from January 23rd, February 20th, and March 5th. The IGA with the City of South Tucson to support provision of fire and emergency medical services. Supervisor Hines requests this item be removed from the agenda indefinitely. On page 4, item 13, under Board of Supervisors, the Teatro Carmen presentation. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. On page 4, item 14, Community and Workforce Development, Pima Vocational High School. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
We also have Supervisor Christie.
Yes, excuse me. Madam Chair, when you deem it appropriate, may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. I want to acknowledge today the passing of a icon in our Mount Lemon Summer Haven community. Bob Zimmerman passed away. His name is synonymous with Mount Lemon and the mountains of the Catalinas for many, many years. His father, Tony, established Summer Haven in 1939. We want to express our condolences to Fran and Jenny and all the Zimmerman family. Bob, up until recently, was plowing the residential streets in Summer Haven, and that he was well known for. He was also, as I say, a community icon and leader. He's leaving a tremendous legacy, everything from his very successful real estate business in Summer Haven, as well as the historic, I guess you could say, the historic Sawmill restaurant. He had a great continuity of history and certainly is responsible for the successes in many ways that the Summer Haven community is experiencing today. He also enjoyed working with the community and building coalitions and standing up for the residents and the businesses of Summer Haven. And we owe Bob a great deal of debt for his unyielding sacrifices that he made to promote Summer Haven. So I just want to, again, extend our thoughts and prayers to the family. And we will miss Bob, but he will always be remembered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. I'd also like to take a point of personal privilege to ask our Sergeant at Arms, John Stuckey, to come up and give us a public update as to some of the construction and maybe some changes that are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva and Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this topic real quickly. As we're aware, this building has been under construction. That construction is going to be moving to the east side, which will impact the normal entrance that most folks come through. And so I just want to make sure that you're aware, if you noticed on the way in, there's some scaffolding and some other safety equipment that's starting to go up. And by the next meeting in April, there will be a defined pathway, and we've got our diagram up here. That yellow pathway will ultimately be covered overhead. This is to prevent any kind of construction debris from falling on anyone. And it will make things a little bit more compressed. And so we just ask for your patience as we continue to work on this project. And just notice that there will be some signage out there to help you recognize where to go. But the same points of entry from the north and from the south, and then through that one little narrow passageway that will get you through the east entrance for now. And so that will be up and in place by next meeting, so just be aware. And of course, there will be more updates from project design and construction as we move along and move towards completion. So we'll be back to normal soon, we hope. All right?
Thank you, and you'll
Yes,
have
ma'am.
signage, so you'll say this way or.
Yes, ma'am.
Over
Yes,
here.
ma'am. There will be signage, and we'll try to have some folks out there giving direction. The same pathways will be in play. We'll be getting into the building the same way. Just a little bit narrow, and the difference, of course, is that there's going to be overhead cover. So it seems a little bit odd if you've been on the west side of the building, similar overhead coverage over there that will appear on the east side of the building
All right.
soon. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that. I would also like to request that we move up addendum item number 3. This is an acknowledgement of the retirement of Louise Vitale. See, I should have clarified. I knew that, and then in my brain I kept saying it incorrectly. I apologize, Louise. Director of Human Resources and Training at the Pima County Clerk of Superior Court. And this shows that I'm a newbie because I don't know how to say her name because she's been with us for 43 years. So I want to thank you, and we'd love for you to come on up to receive a recognition, please. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
You know, it's not every day that we get to do 43 years here. I have been with Louise. How long have I been here, Louise? I don't even know.
Not as long as me.
And that goes to show you, we depend on her for, you name it, everything that you can imagine. We've been here through 4 clerks, and she has made the life of 4 clerks so much easier. I know, for me, speaking for myself, and what she means to me, and only she knows, that there's no way that I could do what I've done without Louise Vitale. We argue. She always wins. You know, she always wins. I never win with her. So, yeah, you know the feeling. And so it you know, I know it's cliche, but this is really a bittersweet for me for sure. And I just can't imagine being here without her. This is going to be really, really difficult for me. But at the same time, I'm so happy for her because she has been an absolute workhorse for us, and to fill those shoes, impossible. So between her and her husband, Jerry, I just want to thank you for everything that you've done, certainly for me. For me, it has been, I can't even explain it. I can't even explain it. This is a special day for her to get this, and even doing this, it's not enough. It's not enough. So I want to say thank you, to Jerry, for sure, for all that you have done for Pima County, for sure. Pima County, you'll never know. But for the clerk's office, we're going to miss you dearly.
Thank you.
So I just would like to say thank you to the board, and also thank you to the clerk's office, James Giacomino, Ray Rivas, Gary Harrison. My time at the clerk's office, 43 years sounds like a long time, but it has flown by. I've had different positions that have given me different opportunities for growth, and I have made formed friendships and relationships, and that's the most significant thing that I will miss when I leave the clerk's office. But I am looking forward to retirement and some more travel, and I'm sure those friendships will remain. Anyway, thank you so much, all of you who have come today, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I say a moment here? I want to point out that the Vitals are District 4 residents. We are proud to have them in our community, and I think after 43 years, a little traveling is going to be apropos for the Vitals. And all I ask is that, Jerry, would you please keep on sending me some letters and cards from wherever your travels are so I can add them to all of the things you sent me over the years, which I deeply appreciate. I wish you both the very best and congratulations after 43 years of serving Pima County. Congratulations.
Let's give her one more round of applause. And those of you who are here are welcome to stay for the entire meeting. Otherwise, we'll get a little pause and you all can go take a big group picture out there with Louise. Can I do that? Yeah. Everyone stay in that little area out in the front so you can get a big group picture with Louise. Please. Thank you. That'd be nice. These proclamations. Okay. All right. While they're moving out, we're going to go ahead and move forward with agenda item number 5 is a presentation of proclamation to Donna Corbin, volunteer for Sustainable Tucson, proclaiming the week of April 1st through 7th, 2024 to be Food Waste Prevention Week. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Supervisor Christie gave a thumb up. So that'll be yes, correct? Thumb up will be a yes. Okay, good. Perfect.
I have the distinct pleasure of presenting this proclamation, but I'd also like to invite members of the Pima County PDQ, Scott DeBussy, and also we've got Jillian Payne Murrieta from the Community Gardens of Tucson, the board president, and we have Jose Garcia, City of Tucson, Los Reales Compost Facility Coordinator. Maybe all of you, if you don't mind, coming over here? That'd be great. Thank you so much. So I was contacted by Ms. Corbin because this is a very special week, and that is Food Waste Prevention Week, which takes place April 1st through the 7th. And we may not be thinking about food waste and how it affects our climate, but it is a big issue. And my mother in heaven would be so glad because she said, don't leave anything on your plate. I'm sure some of you have that too. Okay, so I will read the proclamation. Whereas each year approximately 1/3 of all food grown and produced in the U.S. goes uneaten, wasting all the resources, water, land, energy, and human resources that went into growing, packaging, and transporting. At the same time, 1 in 5 people in the country lack consistent access to nutritious food, whereas food is the largest single component of the material in landfills. Once in the landfill, it decomposes and releases into the atmosphere dangerous greenhouse gases, including methane, that damage our environment. Whereas it is estimated that a family of 4 spends up to $1,500 annually on uneaten food. Whereas Food Waste Prevention Week is launched in 2021 in the goal of highlighting the impact of food waste to our environment, while also addressing the issues of hunger in our communities. The initiative has the support of organizations across the country, including ReFed, the World Wildlife Fund, Natural Resources Defense Council, Food Recovery Network, and locally Sustainable Tucson. Whereas anyone can participate in Food Waste Prevention Week, reducing food waste is among the top action individuals can take to reduce greenhouse gases. By the following some simple steps, you can go to Sustainable Tucson to reduce food waste in their homes. Everyone can help the environment, save money on food, and support people in their communities who are in need. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of April 1st through 7th, 2024 as Food Waste Prevention Week. Thank you very much. And Donna, would you like to say a few words? You're a volunteer with Sustainable Tucson. We'd like to hear from you.
Okay.
This is easier. Come on over here.
Oh, okay. Well, I was prepared to say a few words, but then since she just read the proclamation, I realized I was just sort of repeating the proclamation. So let me just say thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for sponsoring this proclamation. Much appreciated, and for inviting me here this morning. I am a retired art museum curator who now volunteers with Sustainable Tucson, where my focus is the important environmental and societal issue of food waste in our communities. Sustainable Tucson, as we just heard, is an organization that has been around since 2006. They were founded with the aim of building regional resilience and sustainability through community engagement, awareness raising, and advocacy. And again, Food Waste Prevention Week was launched in 2021 and now has the support of some 600 organizations around the country. Needless to say, I think we just heard that food waste prevention is very, very important to dealing with the climate crisis. And I encourage Pima County in their climate roadmap to consider addressing the issue of food waste in our community. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. If you'd like to stand over here before I present it to you, let's hear from, I'd like to ask Scott DeBasey to say a few words, Director of our Quality Control Department.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. When you did ask us to come here today and talk about the greenhouse gas effects associated with food decomposition, you asked me for a staff member that would be appropriate to talk about this, and that's Natalie Shep. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it today. But Natalie is paramount to our ongoing climate efforts at the department. We've worked with our coalition partners to come up with a priority climate action plan. A couple of the measures that are included in that plan are related to food waste with our coalition partner, City of Tucson. And so we want to address those climate issues as we deal with our food waste. And I think speaking with Jillian and Jose today, they have a lot of ongoing efforts on their end of things, and I'll pass it over to them to speak to their ongoing efforts. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jillian Payne Murrieta. I'm the board president for the Community Gardens of Tucson. We have 20 community gardens across the city, and we're looking to expand, and our main goals are to improve food resiliency and environmental sustainability and the creation of community. And we're here so we can do better. We want to highlight the word prevention this week because this is where we can have the biggest impact. We encourage you all to celebrate Food Waste Prevention Week by taking a closer look at how you currently produce food waste and ways to reduce it. This can be done by preparing weekly meal plans, producing or purchasing from local farmers markets for fresher produce options, and of course gardening. You can also support local food rescue programs such as Market on the Move and Produce on Wheels Without Waste. For food and food scraps that do become waste, we can put it to good use through the creation of compost that can be used in our community gardens. Recently, the City of Tucson and the Community Gardens of Tucson have teamed up to work towards reducing this waste. And with Jose, who works for the City of Tucson in the Environmental Services Department and is the lead on the food cycle program.
Thank you, Jillian. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jose Garcia. I'm an Environmental Services Inspector for the City of Tucson, and I'm based out of the Los Reales Sustainability Campus, which houses the city's landfill as well as composting facility. At the start of this year, the city started a new pilot program called Food Cycle at Home. This is the first time the city offers a food waste collection and diversion program directly to its residents. The way this program works is that participants are able to sign up online and register for one of our training events. At these training events, participants receive a 1-gallon kitchen pail per household, as well as education material and the actual training about what can and cannot be composted. That compost is collected by our department and brought to the Los Reales Sustainability Campus, where we process it into a great and usable soil amendment that goes out to the community gardens of Tucson, where residents have direct access to it for their homes, for their lawns, as well as the people growing food at these community gardens, which just helps close that cycle, that circular economy of food waste, compost, and the creation of new food. Not only that, but the city also has our commercial food waste program called Food Cycle, where we have about 22 local Tucson businesses that currently divert their food waste with us. Just for 2023, we diverted over 500 million pounds of food waste from our landfill, which is great. It's a great measure to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from landfills. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you all very much. Let's give them a round. And Donna had asked that this be presented to Pima County, and so I would like to give this to Scott to hang in our office of Ecology and Quality. What's the full name?
Pima Department of Environmental Quality.
Environmental Quality. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to a presentation and proclamation to Kimberly Pute, CEO, Martha Broomfield, Board Chair, Betty Staffer, and Mara Robinson, Board Members, Parkinson Wellness Recovery, proclaiming the month of April 2024 to be Parkinson's Awareness Month. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Supervisor Christie, is that a yes? Okay. Item passes 4-0. Thank you. Okay. And Supervisor Lee will be presenting this item.
Okay, come on over. I'd like to introduce Martha Broomfield, Board Chair of the Parkinson's, is it Parkinson's? Wellness Recovery. Thank you very much for being here. And Kimberly,
Kimberly.
Can you pronounce your last name?
Puda.
Okay, good thing I asked. Puda. And Kimberly is the CEO, and requested this proclamation today. And are you?
Mora.
You're Mora, also a board member. So we don't have Martha here and we don't have Betty. Okay. Okay, I will go ahead and read the proclamation. Would you like to hold it?
Sure.
First of all, I will say, we don't necessarily think about Parkinson's being fatal, but it is. My two uncles had Parkinson's and passed from it, so I know what a serious illness this is, and it seems to be getting more prevalent in our society. Yeah. Okay. Whereas Parkinson's disease is a neurodegenerative disease that causes tremors, limb rigidity, slowness of movement, balance, and gait difficulties. And whereas Parkinson's disease is the fastest growing neurological disease, with current studies showing that nearly 90,000 people in the U.S. are diagnosed each year, 50% higher than previously estimated. Whereas Parkinson's disease affects 7,000 members here in Pima County community and their families and friends. And whereas living well with Parkinson's disease begins with an increased understanding of the disease and the importance of exercise, nutrition, social support, medication, and other interventions. Whereas Parkinson Wellness Recovery has developed a unique, specific, scientific, and research-based approach to Parkinson-specific exercise and therapy services, whereas medical research demonstrates that targeted exercise and therapy services can mitigate the symptoms of Parkinson's disease and offer hope for slowing the disease progression for people in Tucson, and whereas Parkinson's Wellness Recovery is a center of excellence, training over 1,000 physical and occupational therapists and exercise professionals annually in best practice techniques to improve the lives of people with Parkinson's disease. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of April 2024 as Parkinson's Awareness Month in Pima County, and we encourage our citizens to learn more about Parkinson's disease and local organizations, including Parkinson's Wellness Recovery, that support people with Parkinson's disease and their care partners in our community. Proclaimed and approved this day of March 19th, 2024. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you so much for having us here today and for sponsoring this proclamation. We like to say that if you don't already know someone with Parkinson's disease, you will. It is the fastest growing neurological disease and impacts many thousands of members in our community. Studies have shown that exercise can improve the symptoms, but also hope to slow disease progression. So for the last 15 years, we've been helping people in this community get better and stay better with exercise. And for Parkinson Awareness Month this year, we're offering an open house on April 27th, and we'd love to invite you to come and learn more about Parkinson's, participate in a Parkinson-specific exercise class. And I just want to let you know that it might be a little bit harder than you anticipate, and support those with Parkinson's living in our community. So thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you. Would you like to say anything? Thank you. Let's get a photo.
Okay, thank you. We're on to call to the public. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstration shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We do have 20 speakers, and so every speaker will have 2 minutes. And when I call your name, if you can come and sit up here, we'll kind of save a little bit of time as we're going through this. So first speaker is Shan Fickus, Christine Bowserman, and Brian Johnson. Oh, and Sharon is telephonic. Sharon, are you there? Okay, we're going to go ahead and skip her. Christine Bowserman? Okay, when they come back on, they'll be the next ones. Brian Johnson, followed by Lori Moore. Hugh, what is that? I'm sorry. Guillermo, Genevieve Hughes, and Mary Fellows. Please, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm here to speak on addendum agenda item number 1, the resignation of Beth Ford, the county treasurer, and more specifically about the process of replacing her. I know that in the past, the board has...
Okay, if you're waiting on the phone, please hold just a moment. We started with other speakers, and I'll call you right after.
Okay. Yeah, so I just want to say that I hope that I know that the resigning treasurer has asked that you simply replace her for the interim with her chief deputy, who is also a candidate. And I think in deference to other candidates for the office in November, that you consider other applicants, and I know others who would be willing to apply if that process is available to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Fickus, and as a reminder, I don't know if you heard that each speaker has 2 minutes. And I'll go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sharon Fickus. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sharon Fickus, second-generation Christian patriot and legal U.S. citizen in Pima County. During these crazy times in our country when our federal government turns every corner looking to assert our rights as individuals and attempt to control the sovereign states, I don't think they need the help from Pima County Board of Supervisors promoting the ordinance of law enforcement amending the Pima County Code Title IX promoted by Rex Scott. Adding a requirement to the Pima County Code that lawful theft of a firearm will be reported to law and adding a $300 penalty for each violation as a petty offense is nonsense. Rex, do you stay up nights just dreaming how you can harass the citizens of Pima County? I'm wondering. Refer to the Second Amendment of our Bill of Rights, that the right of the people to keep and bear arms is not infringed. This ordinance is not consistent with the nation's traditions of firearm regulation. Seeing how you are targeting our rights to bear arms, citizens of Pima County need to work hard to keep our Second Amendment rights and watch you vigilantly as you attempt to chip away at our Second Amendment rights. I thank Senator Justine Watsack, LD 17, and Representative Nigan, LD 01, for standing up against the 4 Democrat supervisors who voted in favor of this ordinance. I also make a shout out to LD 19 Senator David Gowan and LD 19 Representatives Gail Griffin and Lupe Diaz, asking them to join Watsack and Nigan, making sure to stand strong against this ordinance and firm protecting our rights to bear arms while we still have them intact. May God bless America.
Christine Bowserman?
I'm here. Should I start?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, hi, this is Christine Bauserman, and I wanted to comment on item number 15, the Election Integrity Annual Report. I'll set aside the report because I think it doesn't really report on much, but I wanted to comment on page 7, the priority 1, the first priority is to look at the cost savings, and we are giving no cost. You're in charge of oversight of how our money is being spent, and I would like to see costs of what the voting centers locations cost, and then all the new ones that were added. On page 8, the next page, the second paragraph, there's a lot about delivering the items. So the last year, in 2022, we had a lot of really good after-action reports about what went wrong with our elections, like running out of paper, the printer's not working, remember stuff wasn't delivered, and nowhere have I seen an address of how those things have been fixed. And this is trying to fix some of it with the delivery staff. But again, what's the implementation, processing, and testing that we have in place to make sure these new processes are complete and being, and will work correctly? The biggest thing I would like to have oversight from you guys on is on page 9. Katie Hobbs has written, our Governor Hobbs has written 3 executive. How in Pima County are registering all these new voters according to the executive order? Under the bulleted item down there, it says voting rights restoration and funding. Voting rights restoration, I believe in her executive order, is our prison systems. And what my concern is with this is, is it being tested properly, and is it going into place now?
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time has expired. Lori Moore?
My name is Laurie Moore. I'm trying to figure out the applied meaning of the word treason. I'm coming up with several definitions. The crime of betraying one's country, the act of betraying by giving aid or comfort to the enemy. There's Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution, paraphrase, the U.S. shall guarantee to every state protection against invasion. And this one is committing treason by not fulfilling an obligation of allegiance, and along with that, proof of intent and action to violate that obligation. I see with my eyes and hear with my ears your president intentionally ordering borders to stay open for everyone and taking no action to close them. This is an order. That is a violation of Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution. Katie Hobbs is intentionally not securing the Arizona border. That is intent with action to promote an invasion through the governor's office. That is a violation of Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution. The Dems on the Pima County Board of Supervisors are enticing the illegal border crossers to invade Arizona through Pima County with their gifts of kindness. The trail of invasion has been made very comfortable for illegals. I see the trail of federal dollars gifted to NGOs. I see free $5,000 Visa gift cards, free transportation, free food, free lodging, free medical, to every unvetted, illegal, human trafficker and drug dealer. These are all examples of giving aid and comfort to the enemy to perpetuate an invasion. You four have agreed that once the illegals are brought to you, you will take it from there and make sure that this country is invaded. Where is that in your job description? You Dems on the Pima County Board of Supervisors have demonstrated the act of treason with intent through your actions. You have violated your oath of office, the Arizona Constitution, and the U.S. Constitution.
Genevieve Hughes? Believe it. No, I'm sorry. There's squigglings happening here.
No, that's my name.
And then after Mary Fellows, Joseph Casey, and Rolf Polo. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Pima County Administration. My name's Graham Hughes, and I'm with Visit Tucson, and I'm here to speak in support of the restoration of the historic Teatro Carmen. I know that's an item for later on today's agenda. You may have heard Tucson's been in the news a lot lately, and for a lot of very good reasons. As we seek to highlight the items and activities, people, and attractions that make our community unique, and attractive to visitors. We're inclined to tell the stories that make us different, but rather than celebrating always what's new, a new hotel, new retail, a new attraction, the most traction and our best stories, we certainly do cover those things, but our most popular stories are about the spaces, the people, and the cultures that are found in our community. The restoration of Teatro Carmen, along with the emergence of other businesses in the Barrio Viejo district, like Coronet, EXO, the Presidio Museum, Etherton Galleries, and more, have created an opportunity to tell such a story. Publications starting with the well-known Condé Nast Traveler, United Airlines Hemispheres magazine, Travel and Leisure magazine, Wanderlust UK, even the Arizona Office of Tourism Guide, the Bill Buckmaster Show, and the Arizona Daily Star have all covered what's going on down there, highlighting Barrio Viejo as one of the top places to visit in 2024 and acknowledging Teatro Carmen as the centerpiece of the district. Really helps promote all of Tucson and Pima County, and these stories resonate and the coverage multiplies exponentially through different publications. It's not enough to just pitch these ideas to travel media, but we need partners to support and reinforce these efforts, and that's why I'd like to acknowledge Herb Stratford, who's here today, and his work with Teatro Carmen. He's always accessible, he's always authentic, and connects with these journalists in a meaningful way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mary Fellows?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, members of the board, Ms. Lusher. I am the current president of the PVHS, Pima Vocational High School Governing Board. I have seen PVHS at its very best and its very worst this past year. I can tell you that I've never been more proud than at this particular point in time of its to be part of this organization and its mission. This is an extraordinary program, and keeping it operating is simply the right thing to do for the students and for the community. The teachers and staff at PVHS have suffered from the unknown now for the better part of 6 months. They have endured numerous inexperienced leadership changes and mixed messaging, and by all measures should have left the building seeking better opportunities by now. But they stayed and they engaged students and they mentored and they taught all of us what it means to be a professional in an environment that was anything but. Imagine what these students will take away from this experience. These students are diverse and bright, and they know when someone cares enough to stand up for them. It's a life changer, and each of them will tell you so. We can transition them to another school if it is not the one they already came from, if it has small class sizes, flexible schedules, and staff that respect and value them, but they already have one. To date, Community and Workforce Development has provided a curated framework of information in their memos that they feel makes the best argument to close PVHS. I have a laundry list of information and corrections that would make that framework more complete and accurate. But I only have time for one, and that comment is about the $600,000 of savings. If you throw the $295,000 of IT allocated costs back in the pot to be reallocated, you're left with less than half that. And the burden for future economic stagnation and poverty will be immeasurable. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Casey?
Good morning, and thank you. I'm Joe Casey. I'm the math teacher at Pima Vocational High School. Described as a national model for charter schools for at-risk youth, PVH's current charter exists and extends all the way through 2035. And for nearly a quarter century, we've had the relationship with CWD and its predecessors. Directed by educational professionals, PVHS is operated with autonomy, and interface with CWD has been distant. Until recently, success of PVHS has not been questioned. But last fall, individuals from CWD embarked on a campaign to close our school. The reason is to save $600,000, 3/100ths of 1% of the county's budget, or a cost of about $4 per hour per student, less than 1/3 of the county's minimum wage. So why are we closing? We've been offered memos with data, trends, and opinions that favor closure. But how true are these memos? Here's a clue. We were given a list of 11 high schools as alternatives to PVHS. However, one of these schools on the list our students will never, ever attend, and that is Sonoran Science Academy, 2255 West Ina Road. Why will they not attend that school? Because it's not a school. It's a building shared by Department of Education, or Department of Economic Security, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. And given the fact that nearly all of our students live with economic insecurity, and for many of them, exposure to alcohol, tobacco, and firearms is common, this is a sick joke. It's as if our students are being told, since we're closing your school, you should become acquainted with the welfare system and law enforcement. Esteemed supervisors of Pima County, I sincerely ask you to consider our decades of success, the longevity of our current charter, the engagement of our students and our teaching and our staff in planning for the next school year and for the future, and that you vote to keep PVHS open, operating, and successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ralph Polo, followed by Jason O'Neill, Vianney Rojas, and Melissa Southard.
Let's discuss the E in DEI, equity. Man and woman were created by God. The male and female distinction is the only one that matters. Race does not matter, nor does ethnicity or nationality. God created man and woman, while Democrats made every other form of gender. Democrats try to put us all in one box when every single man and woman is unique. Some are smart, others not. Some are beautiful, others not. Some are industrious, others not. Imagine a shortstop that can't field a baseball, or a quarterback that can't throw, a point guard that can't shoot, or a goalie that can't stop a puck. Who would pay big money to watch mediocrity? Professional sports would go bankrupt in a heartbeat, just like our nation is going. Forget about it. How about a commercial pilot that gets airsick, a medical doctor that can't stand the sight of blood? But they got their position because of equity. You want to fly with the equity pilot or have your appendix removed by the equity doctor? Merit. Give me merit. I want to watch the best sports, fly the best with the best pilots, and have surgery with the best doctors. There's nothing wrong with meritocracy, patriotism, and Judeo-Christian values. Now, I'll go back to my story with 3 minutes. Give us back the 3 minutes. You're trampling over the First Amendment just like KBJ. It's your job to listen to us. You get paid well. So do it.
Jason O'Neill.
Honorable Chair and distinguished members of the board, good morning. My name is Jason O'Neill, and I'm the social studies teacher at Pima Vocational High School, and I've worked in education for more than 10 years. I must emphasize the gravity of the choice you have to make, and I ask you to exercise caution with this vote. If you decide to close our school, that decision cannot be undone, and it will have far-reaching impacts not only for our current students, but on future generations in our community. A vote to close PVHS will stand in stark contrast to the prosperity initiative being championed by this board in Pima County. Your decision should be grounded in facts and not based on a memorandum with cherry-picked data designed to portray a school that is irrelevant. If our school is performing so poorly, why did ADE award PVHS a B letter grade, and the year before we received an A? CWD claims we are not as good as other schools in the county because of AZ merit scores, a test that hasn't been used since 2019. Standardized tests are but one small indicator to gauge a school's performance. They are college readiness exams, and our school focuses on career readiness. A disproportionate number of our students have IEPs, 504s, adverse childhood experiences, and many other challenges like unemployment, homelessness, and generational poverty. CWD claims these students can go to other schools and get the same resources, but many of those schools are highly competitive college prep campuses that will not support our students, and they have not in the past. As a teacher, I have always embraced two basic principles. Relationships are king, and education should and only ever be about the best interests of the student. Based on the recommendation before you and the rather hasty, irresponsible, and reckless decisions by those who manage PVHS, neither one of those ideals are present when judging the merit of CWD's memoranda. They do not understand our students, and they definitely do not understand their needs. For the current students, some who are present here today, I just want to say you deserve this board's best effort. You are important and you matter. And in conclusion, I would like to add that all organizations will encounter problems, but successful ones will identify shortcomings, minimize mistakes, and strive to improve. PVHS has done that in the past, and with the right leaders, they can do it again. Thank you. Keep PVHS open.
Thank you. Vianney Rojas?
Good morning. My name is Vianney Rojas, and I'm an instructor at Pima Vocational High School. I would like to draw your attention to the memorandum that went out March 11th, Attachment 5, FAQ for Pima Vocational High School. I would like to highlight the inaccuracies that are misleading at best and egregious at worst. Question 13 states, if a student wishes to enroll, they are enrolled. That is patently false. Up until February of 2024, we were not enrolling students. On or approximately the 5th of October, the interim administration sent out an email saying that they were closing enrollment to PVHS for session 3, which began on October 31st. On or approximately October 19th, a student physically came to the Irvington campus to request enrollment. Despite the concerns expressed by educational staff, interim administration turned the student away. On or approximately the week of October 23rd, the registrar was obliged by CWD to contact the 10 students already enrolled for session 3, 7 for the Irvington campus and 3 for the Ina campus, and inform them they could no longer attend our school. Question 12 states, staff expresses no significant concerns about current operations. Just because our concerns have been deemed insignificant does not mean we have not shared them time and time and time again with the interim administration and CWD, including the concerns expressed to us from the students and the parents. Our presence here before you is proof that our concerns continue to be dismissed and ignored. And finally, question 1, PVHS no longer occupies the niche it once did. On the contrary, PVHS is necessary now more than ever in a post-pandemic world. It would be an oversimplification to blame performance on COVID. However, as an educational data specialist and teacher, I can tell you we continue to see the fallout of an interrupted education. Thank you.
Melissa? Followed by Diane Casey, Steve Wilcox, and Jordan Gardner. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Melissa Southard. I'm a Tucson native. I have lived here and I've been a resident for a very long time. I'm a graduate of Flying Wells High School. I'm a parent of a current student there who has been failed egregiously, destructively by the public school system. She has an IEP. She's a special needs kiddo. When I pulled her from public school, she was 5 years behind. And I was told she could have a certificate upon completing high school. She wants to go to college. She should have that right to go to college, not given a certificate because the school failed her. She's been bullied by teachers to the point of massive depression. She was a DF student in public schools. She's now an AB student at this high school. She was at Mountain Rose for 8 months, which is one of the schools that you jokingly recommended. I wouldn't recommend that to anyone. She would spend 4 hours on one module with no support from teachers. That is not acceptable. She is thriving, she is happy, she is learning. If you close this school, her option is CDO. She'll drop out. And then what is her future? She has aspirations and goals and dreams and desires. This school should not be closed, especially when you have not met these students. Meet with them, sit with them. They are flesh and blood. They are Pima County residents. They deserve the chance. Please fight for this school. If this board turns their back on these students, which other schools have turned their back on, other teachers have turned their back on, who will champion them to be great, wonderful contributors to Pima County? Nobody. Because my daughter will not thrive at CDO. I have my older daughter graduated from that school, National Honor Society student. That's the kind of student that does well at CDO. My daughter with struggles in an IEP, she'll drop out. And then what are her options?
Thank you. Diane Casey? And if I've called your name, feel free to come up to the front. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diane Casey, and I'm in a long line of PVHS supporters. I have had the chance to go to many a graduation to watch these students graduate, and it's an emotional thing to watch these students give testimony on the trials and tribulations that they have suffered through life, and the fact that we think that a high school graduation is not as big deal as a college. Well, it is for these students. They've struggled, they've worked hard, they've had the love and support of the school and the teachers, and they actually have dreams and goals. They've gone on to nursing school. One works in IT management in Pima County. There's a great success story, and it's beautiful to listen to these testimonies that they don't know where they would be without Pima Vocational High School. And that's all I have to say. I'm not as prepared as everyone else, but please consider the very important continued of the school.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Steve Wilcox?
Please, the board. 2 years ago, I received some hope for the future of Tucson. This because of an exchange of views among the supervisors concerning extending the COVID mask mandate further into the spring of 2021. Chair Adelita Grijalva favored extending the mandate for a bit longer, offering as support the observation, quote, "Next week is Holy Week, like a drop of honey," that being the most accurate term, not Easter week, and most certainly not spring break. The seal of Pima County is a church, a later addition to a mission founded in 1692, 5 years after Newton's Principia, by a Jesuit priest, an unusual man with integrity, the proof of which he was trusted by Spanish ranchers and indigenous peoples alike. Tucson is not Mexico City, was not founded on bloody conquest, though Hernan Cortez did have Indian allies. In 1770, the original church was destroyed by Apache warriors. The existing building was built with money borrowed from a Spanish rancher, Ignacio Gaona, and the construction willingly carried out by a large number of O'odham, that volitional effort somehow evident to this day. Let us also remember that the Pascua Yaqui flag features a centrally placed Christian cross. May God preserve this unique county.
Thank you. Jordan Garner, followed by Laska? I'm sorry, I just don't want to butcher your last name. Robert Royce and Dave Smith. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jordan Gardner, and Pima Vocational High School means the world to me. The teachers and staff at this school were there for me and helped me get through so many troubling times in my life, including my father passing away. Everyone at this school they're here for you, and they will always help you, and they will always extend a hand if you need it. And this school saved my life. Before I came to PVHS, I didn't think I would have a chance at life. I didn't think I would be able to make it anywhere, especially with all of the schooling troubles I've had and my ADHD, my 504 plan. I am not able to continue schooling at a regular school. This is my last chance. And this school showed me that I have a chance. This school showed me that I can make it in the world. And every single teacher here cares about their students more than you could possibly know. Every single teacher cares about their students' interests, their hobbies, their downfalls, their troubles in life. They care about everything. I'm able to share my hobbies with my teachers. I'm able to share my love of baseball with Jason. I'm able to share my love of computers with Laska, and I wouldn't be able to have these relationships and experiences without this school existing. Pima Vocational High School is truly the best school I've ever been to, and the best school I think I will ever know. This school has taught me that you can make it in life even if you have troubles. This school has helped me grow not only as a person, but as a student, as a worker, and they let me think that I have a chance. Please keep PVHS open. Thank you.
Thank you. Nasca? And you'll pronounce your last.
Lovnicek. I'm a teacher at PVHS as well. For over 20 years, Pima Vocational High School has given underrepresented, abandoned, and unheard children a second lease on life. Children in their most vulnerable phase, typically cast out by other schools or facing trials that you could not imagine. At Pima Vocational High School, they are seen, heard, and then given the skills and tools to be able to continue advocating for themselves for the rest of their lives. Internships, resources, and assistance programs abound. For 20 years, the partnership PVHS had with CWD facilitated these young people being able to enter the workforce and secure their futures. So what changed? The school was successful and functional until last summer when CWD took a more hands-on approach. And why did they? Because due to their oversight, they found themselves embroiled in an HR nightmare. When we asked them for help, we were promised water and served vinegar, all while trying to protect our students from the bitterness. Promise after promise rescinded. Our students are no strangers to disappointment, and the county might prove them right. Another month was another blow to our system, not hiring critical staff, closing campuses, and under-delivering on every single promise. The politics that CWD is wrapping our kids in are filled with self-serving deceit. Only the people on the ground at least attempting to help us could name a single student. And they don't know any of them. And they have the gall to say they're working to find schools for each kid individually. But please look at these young people here before you during their spring break fighting for their education. Some of the people here are graduating in June. Some have already graduated. And they're fighting for the education of their peers despite hardship, despite being kicked when they're down. The ones who can't be here demonstrate the same courage daily. They are exceptional, wonderful human beings who deserve only the best life has to offer them. Every day, our staff shows up to try and help them achieve that potential. To help them show other people that they are worthy of respect and kindness, consideration, and belonging, worthy of others having faith in them. What will you show them today? Keep PVHS open, please.
Thank you. Robert Royce?
Happy spring, everyone. This El Nino winter has been very good to us. I'm counting about 6 inches on my yard, which is about as good as I've ever seen in a winter. I've been having fun posting my flyer in certain precincts in District 1, and I'm getting a pretty good response. The choice is yours, Robert Royce, independent for Pima County Supervisor, District 1. I'm being pretty blunt. District 1 neighbors, since I have been attending all of the board meetings, I have noticed that the current board majority has been continuing the longstanding habit of piling all of the county's real and perceived needs on our property tax bills every year. The continuously rising tax bills will soon endanger home ownership in our county unless something is done. I do have a plan. My Pima County, City of Tucson property tax, sales tax reform plan will help fix the problem by making our sales tax countywide and giving the revenue generated in unincorporated Pima County to the county general fund. My plan will lower our county tax bill substantially since it reserves 3/4 of the new revenue to that end. The other 1/4 will eliminate the need for the 1/2 cent sales tax the county will soon try to pass on to us. To be on the November ballot, I need 1,418 signatures, blah, blah, blah. Arizona law now allows citizens online signing for county candidates. Please check into my portal at eQualify link, https://go.azsos, and click equal to scroll on my name and sign my petition. The choice is yours. I'm just making it clear to everybody, if you guys win, we're talking about significant increases in our property taxes in the coming years.
Thank you.
And if I win,
Your time has expired.
I will
Thank you.
take
Bruce
steps
Smith,
to
go ahead.
reduce that.
And sir, thank you. And then I have the next three speakers are the last ones I have. Alexa Santamaria, Chad, I don't know. Starts with a C last name. There you go. It's I'm usually pretty good at it. And Corey Stevens. And so if anyone else wishes to speak, please go ahead and fill out a card. Otherwise, these will be our last speakers. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
All righty, well, good morning, Board. Dave Smith, Chairman, Pima County Republican Party, and I'm just here once again to remind you that pretty soon we're going to start having people dropped off in the streets of Tucson who are illegal immigrants. So you may or may not have read the other day, El Paso sector caught a fellow who claims to be a Hezbollah terrorist. The problem is they caught him. The real question is, what about the 1.9 million gotaways who are in this country that no one has any idea what their motive, what their intent is, or how great a threat they are. And as you know, Director Wray of the FBI is continuing to warn us over and over again. Now, if they attack us, if they do crimes, if they do other things that are against our society, there will be real-world consequences. It's interesting this morning listening because these folks here, they're talking about the real-world consequences of your decisions. Proclamations are nice, but they really have no real effect on anything other than just make you feel better. Your actions make people feel worse or better, depending on your action. What you decide with their school has got a real-world effect on them. So they've come in here and tried to express to you the real-world effects of your responsibility as this Board of Supervisors. I guess we should bring every victim of crime here from an illegal alien in and talk to you if they're still alive. And this is the problem. Perhaps you abstract so much your decisions that you don't see the fact that there is a real-world ramification. Debt, crime, homelessness, all these issues are real, and yet we continue to say, well, the government, oh my God, the feds are going to stop paying us. What are we going to do? Look, there should be systems in place. That's your job. And we talk about being the adults in the room. This morning has shown you what you do is very real and very important. And you've got to take that into account. And I ask you to think about those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexa Santamaria?
Hi, my name is Alexa Santamaria, a student of Pima Vocational High School. Today, me and many others are here to advocate for our school. Pima Vocational is not just a school, but a home, a support system. I have never seen a school so dedicated to their students. The faith and love they put into us and this school is unmatched. I used to struggle with my grades and mental health a lot. When I came to Pima Vocational High School, that all changed. I became happier and I started to succeed and reach my goals I never thought I would reach. But I couldn't do that on my own and definitely not at another school. So no, I don't think Pima Vocational is like any other school. It's one of a kind, the kind you don't forget about and will appreciate for the rest of our lives. I believe that me and others can agree we wouldn't be where we are today without this school. The support and love, the motivation and resources this high school provides can change someone's life. I would know because it changed mine and many others. So today, I ask you to please listen to us. Take a moment and reconsider because I promise you, you're not only saving an amazing school, but giving us kids a chance at a better life. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Chad Carrillo and then Corey Stevens. Sorry, that's okay. Chad? Thank you. And if anyone else wishes to put in a card, please do because Ms. Stevens is our last speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed members of the board. My name is Chad Carrillo, a junior at Pima Vocational High School. First of all, I want you to think of your kid. If you don't have one, I imagine you take care of a kid. The kid goes to a boarding school far from you, and then he gets bullied day and night for the way he looks and sounds. And so that kid comes home treating you, the parent, like nothing, always getting kicked out of different schools for messing around too much, causing arguments between staff and students, has no respect for absolutely nobody. So you send him to therapy to think that it'll help. It doesn't for a while, still getting in trouble at school and still arguing with staff. Then gets out of school for 2 months. Then July hits, you're sitting with him at a restaurant, and you introduce him to Pima Vocational High School. He gives the school a try because he heard that if you get a job, then you'll get credits for the work you put in. Your child has low expectations, and when he's there, he gets greeted by staff and students. He comes home happy every day after. The reason why I do put that into this story into your head is because this is my story. Without PVHS, my life wouldn't have gotten far as it is now. The reason I say this is because I have entrepreneurial endeavors and truly thought school wasn't for me until I met my teachers. My teachers are the main reason I earned 4.75 credits over the school session. I came to the school with 1.25 credits. My concept of the school was like any other. I did slack around, but my teachers are always there to put me in line to get my work done, which I never had at any other of my schools, Hoshin Preparatory and Indian Oasis High School. I truly believe that even though you give us alternatives to other schools, none of us will appreciate it as much as PVHS. I do say that with the most respect. This has helped me in a way I couldn't even comprehend at the time. The reason I say that is because the staff would give me ideas on my businesses, like Miss Laska, she would help me with my logo design for my company. Miss V&A, she would help me with my literature and brought me to new authors that I didn't very like that much. But
I'm going to let you finish.
okay. But now I won't stop reading Edgar Allan Poe. Miss Nancy has helped me with flying through my assignments efficiently. Mr. Jason teaching me so much on the world history most don't focus on, like Toussaint Louverture. And most of all, Mr. Casey has taught me so much on my algebra. Oh, I really hated algebra. Mr. Casey has made it simpler and clear. At last, but not least, my advisors, Mr. Joel and Mr. Albert, I can go to them and feel comfortable, something I was never able to do at my other schools. But the point I'm trying to get to you is, without this school, I wouldn't be where I stand today, talking to you, the esteemed members of the board. I honestly don't know where I would be today without the emotional and educational support from my teachers. I thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Let's do this. I appreciate you all letting me go ahead and extend that without much. I know how difficult it is for students to come up here and speak, and he put the time in to write all that, so I wanted to make sure he had the opportunity. And Mr. Carrillo, or anyone else who I haven't mentioned this yet, if you're reading from a script and you didn't get to say everything, or you want to submit your comments for the record, staff up here in front, she'll go put her name up, hand up, yeah, you can give her your written comments and it'll be part of the record. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
Due to a foreign disease, for 2 years, the extreme leftists on this board shuttered businesses, mandated shots, imposed a curfew, mask mandates, spied on businesses, and pushed for school closures. Yet for the last 4 years, the left on this board have done nothing to protect the citizens of Pima County from foreign invaders. Invaders from 135 countries with unknown diseases, unvetted, inevitably unaccounted for, and already an overwhelming economic burden. You have enticed them to come, rolling out the welcome mat with 4-star accommodations. Transportation arrangements, check. Lodging, check. Food, check. Flight, check. The Dems on this board have spent $70 million federal taxpayer dollars on a foreign invasion. But did you know Catholic Community Services is receiving food donations from corporations like Walmart, then charging illegals for food? Did you know that hotels run by Casa Solitas are kicking out illegals after 48 hours, even if their flights are after that 48-hour time frame, rendering them homeless and unsheltered on our streets? I also find it interesting that the Juvenile Detention Center has been there for 24 years without incident, but recently has had issues with homeless people entering the facility? Or could it have something to do with the illegals located at the Casa Solitas Welcome Center located next door? The clock is ticking. 2 weeks left to go until the money goes away and we see the real impact of your negligence. That's right. You have violated Section 4, Article 4 of the United States Constitution, and you are in violation of the oath of office which you took. Start worrying about the citizens of Pima County, the oath which you took. Follow the Constitution.
Thank you. There are no more speakers at the end of the call to the audience. I'm going to go ahead and close that and ask my colleagues if they wish to ask staff to review a matter, ask that a matter be put on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
One speaker, Christine Bauserman, raised a number of issues with the Elections Integrity Commission and the Department of Elections. One in particular was her request to analyze a cost of analysis for the new installation of the vote centers. along with about 3 or 4 other issues. I would ask that staff direct her either to the Department of Elections or back to the committee for responses to her questions, and that they be presented to her and to the board once completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Thank you so much. We're going to go a little bit out of order because we have one of our elected officials that is here, and her resignation is on the agenda. So I'm wondering if our treasurer, Ms. Beth Ford, would like to come forward and say a few words before we accept your resignation. She took office in January 2001 and has held this position for 24 years. So I want to thank you publicly for your service and give you an opportunity to say a few words if you would like to.
We're going to lose it.
And
24 years has been a long time.
Yes, it is.
And what a privilege. It's just been such an amazing road. We've managed to accomplish so many things in the treasurer's office, and that's only been because of the great staff that I have. It's been such a privilege to work with so many people in Pima County, all the different departments. And it's going to be a big empty space in my life, but I'm looking forward to moving on with the next adventure. Hopefully I'm leaving you in very capable hands with my Chief Deputy, Chris Ackerley. And I'd like to thank the voters in Pima County for this honor and this privilege. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your service. We really. So with that, if we go to addendum item number 1, 1A is the acceptance of the resignation of the Honorable Beth Ford effective April 12th, 2024. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Then item B is discussion, direction, action regarding a selection process and/or appointment to fill the vacancy of the Pima County Treasurer. Attached to the item is some information, but basically, if we go through the process that we have established for the replacement of Supervisor Bronson with Supervisor Lee, there are certain statutory requirements for the position: 18 years of age or older, resident of the state, an elector of the county or precinct in which the duties of the office are to be exercised, which is Pima County, literate in English, same political party as the person vacating the office. This would be Republican. Interested parties, if we go through this process, interested parties are required to file the following documents to the clerk of the board: letter of interest, resume, financial disclosure statement, conflict of interest forms. And then Pima County would conduct a background check on all qualified applicants. The submission of the deadline would be on Friday, March 29th at 5 p.m. The clerk of the board will advertise the selection process in the Daily Territorial on March 25th, 2024, and will post the information on the Pima County homepage. And then information regarding how to submit public comments would also be included. If requested by the Board of Supervisors, a virtual forum of the applicants will be scheduled and conducted by the League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson. The Board of Supervisors will make the appointment, and I believe that we should be able to make that decision whether we're going to have a forum or not at our first meeting in April, which would be April 2nd. If the Board of Supervisors will make an appointment of the Pima County Treasurer at their meeting on Tuesday, April 16th, and the individual appointed will fill the remaining term and serve through December 31st, 2024. There's also a request by Treasurer Ford that we approve her deputy to fill the position as an interim. So those are our options. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Just out of curiosity, if we, as a board, decide to go around all of the regulations that you just cited and approve Mr. Ackerley as stipulated by the outgoing treasurer, can that be done, or is it going to be necessary to go through all of the requirements that you just referred to?
That's the pleasure of the board. So we could do a direct appointment, but not today because we still have a person in the position. So it would still have to go it still has to go through April 16th. The appointment would still be on April 16th because we can't appoint an interim while we have someone in the office. Or we can go through this process to fill the vacancy, the applications, all of the things that we did to replace Supervisor Bronson, and we would still be doing the appointment on April 16th. So either way, it doesn't matter, it's just the process and how we get there.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if the will of the board could stipulate that Mr. Ackley replace Treasurer Ford upon her actual resignation and vacation date, and that way we wouldn't have to go through the processes.
I believe you could request an appointment effective April 13th, because her last date is the 12th, and then the 13th is what day of the week? It's a Saturday. So I would say we just go with the 15th or I think the 16th makes sense. It's a round number and we're all going to meet, so that would make sense.
What did you say, 1-5?
I think you could say 1-6, because then we could do that at our public meeting. Either way, my recommendation would be 1-6, just because we can do it publicly and have a discussion, whichever route we go.
Having said that, Madam Chair, may I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors approve effective April 16th as a replacement to outgoing Treasurer Beth Ford, Mr. Chris Ackerley.
Okay, that's a motion. Do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. So what I'm going to recommend is the selection process that we've established with the outline that we just read through, and that we would still have an item on the agenda on the 2nd to discuss whether we were going to have a forum or not. I think that depends on the number of applicants possibly, but we could decide to have a forum regardless of the number of applicants, and that we would make an appointment if everything goes well on Tuesday, April 16th.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
I'm glad that we're following the process.
Do I have a second, or do I?
Oh,
I motion. No, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Supervisor Scott seconds. Please go ahead, Supervisor Scott.
My apologies. I am glad that we're following the stated process that we've had, not just when we appointed the replacement for Supervisor Bronson, but it's also the process that we followed when we have filled vacant constable positions. And I note from the call to the public that the chair of the County Republican Party is here today. We have an obligation under the law to appoint a Republican. I give a great deal of deference and consideration to Treasurer Ford's recommendation, but I think just as we did with all other elected positions in both parties, we need to make sure that everybody within that party who is interested in applying should have the opportunity to apply.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Madam Chair, I'm going to abstain on that.
Okay, item passes 3-0 with one abstention. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Ford, for being here, I appreciate you. And happy retirement. Okay, thank you. All right, so now we're going to go to a request by Supervisor Scott, because our last board meeting, the Election Integrity Commission waited for the entire meeting before we allowed to do a presentation. So we're wondering if we can skip to item 15, and this is the Election Integrity Commission Annual Report 2023.
Thank you very much. And Chair Grijalva, Mr. Brian Bickle is here, who is the chair of the Election Integrity.
Thank you, Mr. Bickle.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, Commissioners. My name is Brian Bickle. I am a resident of unincorporated Pima County, and I'm here today as the chair of the Election Integrity Commission. You did receive our report. It has been vetted by all members of the commission. It has been enhanced and embellished
to address most of the issues. I would like to state that 2023 was, by 2022 standards, a very mild year election-wise, none that significantly involved the vote centers, so there's not a lot of direct comparison that we can do between 2022 and 2023. I would also like to point out this is a joint report submitted by myself and the Director of Elections, Constance Hargrove, who is not here today because she is otherwise occupied doing the presidential preference election. So far that election has gone well. I know one of the concerns that has been expressed by the commenter earlier and by members of the commission is what kind of cost savings could we anticipate and did we actually see with the conversion from precinct voting to vote centers. Because of the measures that we took to prevent problems that we foresaw, there was no cost savings. In fact, there might have been some cost increases because we did print a significant number of ballots appropriate, and I think that's important for people to understand. One of the reasons that's expensive is in a general election, we have, give or take, a couple hundred, 2,000 different ballot iterations in Pima County because every supervisor district, every congressional district, every legislative district, every water district, every school district causes a different ballot iteration for that county. So we have a significant number. We think we've addressed all the issues that came up in 2022, primarily the issue at Bear Creek Canyon where we had some significant equipment failures. We will find out. I can say so far, and I was a party observer for tabulation the first week that we were actually counting ballots, and as of last night, we had counted all but 2 of the ballots that we have received from the recorder's office, and tabulation will begin again at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So far, it's been a good year. Our next election after this one, and this is a relatively mild election. We only have 2 ballot iterations, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat. It's the same throughout Pima County. So this isn't, this particular election going on today isn't a fair comparison just because of the simplicity of the election. The primary will be a little bit better indicator. The general is going to be an all-out assault on the way we conduct elections just because of the number of anticipated initiatives, either by voter initiative submission or by legislative submission of HCRs and SCRs that are going to or have the possibility to show up on the ballot. So we're aware of it, and we hope we're ahead of it. The other thing I would also like to inform you of, I know the Director of Elections submits a quarterly update to the annual report, and the Commission will begin doing the same thing so that it becomes more transformational rather than informational. But pending any questions from the members of the board or comments, those are my comments as the
Okay,
chair.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
For the record, Supervisor Hines has joined today's meeting at 10:32.
Thank you. Any questions from the supervisors?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, I just would like to reiterate that I would like to see a cost analysis of what allegedly the vote center saved Pima County at some point, and maybe Mr. Bickle can refer that back to the EIC as well as the administration, referring that request back to the Department of Elections, as I stated with Ms. Bauserman's statements. Thank you.
I believe you addressed that in your comments.
Yeah, but we will continue to monitor that issue. It is a concern to the citizens of Pima County, and it's a concern to the commission because part of the reason for the change was potential cost savings, and we need to be able to document that.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? I want to thank you for your time. I'm glad we could move this up a little bit. And I just wanted to note who the commissioners are, that they're appointed for 2-year terms. We have Missy Adkins from District 1, Connie DeLarge, District 2, Ryan Mace, District 3, Cheryl Caswell, District 4, Barbara Tellman, District 5. Tony Helen is the Vice Chair, County Administrator.
Tony Helen.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Who's Tiana Smith? That's not on the list? Okay, right. So Tiana Smith is the vice chair. Is that still correct? Who's the vice chair?
Tom Beresny.
Oh, Thomas Beresny, Republican Party, and then you're the chair.
Correct.
Mr. Bickle, and then Arthur Kirsch, Libertarian Party, and then Constance Hargrove is ex officio.
Right.
Am I missing anyone?
Well, we're not sure.
Okay.
The Green Party is a recognized party within Pima County again, and they do have, we've been told, an appointment to the commission, but we haven't seen either any information on that or a representative of the Green Party, but
I want to thank you all so much for all your work. I know that we talk about you a lot here, and so I'm glad to give you the opportunity whenever you would like to come and give us an update on your perspective as a commissioner and how, on our elections.
Okay.
I know we all want to make sure that everyone knows that they're accessible and safe and that, everything is very transparent. So we appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So I believe we've done all of the adjustments. Just as a reminder, for those of you waiting, we have the Teatro Carmen presentation will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. and Pima Vocational will be heard at a time certain of 11:30. Okay. We said it at the beginning, but in case you weren't here, I just want to make sure. Okay. We do not have executive session. And now we're at the Board of Supervisors sitting at other boards. Item 8 is a flood control district item. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously 5-0. Sitting is the Board of Supervisors approval of the consent calendar. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. And in case you all don't see, Supervisor Christie is putting his finger up, which is why I'm paying attention that way. His thumb, specifically the thumb. Thank you so much, sir. I know. I'm glad to clarify that because there is a delay sometimes, and so it's just easier. Anyway, seems to work okay. Now we're on item 11. This is the Board of Supervisors policy. This is unfinished business from our last meeting on March 5th. The proposed adoption of Board of Supervisors policy number 22.16, vacant positions. This is an item that was brought forward by District 1, Supervisor Scott. Did you want to address the item?
Chair Grijalva, I'd like to defer to the county administrator because we asked her to come back to us with some additional information. And I know that she had a draft memorandum prepared for her by staff that she was not able to get in time to attach to the item, but I understand she's prepared to speak to it, if that's correct, Ms. Lesher.
Yes.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher. Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you. Chair Grijalva and members of the board, and yes, I will be getting this out in memorandum format so you can all read it following, but just to highlight, there was some additional information requested about where we were. And the county has over 7,400 active positions. As of March 17th, 907 positions are currently vacant, with 48% of those positions, or 432, are in the general fund. When we look at those, we then pulled out and asked how many positions have been vacant for 540 days or more, or 18 months. And of that, there are 88 positions across the county that have been vacant. Some of them have been around so long, they're not funded. They're still listed as a PCN, but they're not funded at this point. As part of the creation of the current year's budget, all positions that had been vacant for 365 days or greater were unfunded in the budget. The positions could remain, they were unfunded. Over the past years, the process to request a new PCN was significantly improved, eliminating the reason we'd hoped for people to hold on to those vacant positions. I think historically, it was an act of Congress to get them back. And so we're hoping now that we can make sure that every department has the number of individuals they need to adequately run the department, but are not keeping those PCNs. Part of the concern for this, and the reason the analysis began, is that when we looked at positions that have been vacant for 240 days or more, that's got about $10 million tied up in positions that have been vacant for more than 8 months. That's 202 positions. We look at what they were annualized, and again, $9,790,000. We really focused on the general fund because, again, it's a little bit different in some of our special revenue funds. Of those positions that are open, everyone has one or two, with two exceptions at this point, our facilities management department and the county attorney's office. There are 32 unique job classifications that make up the 48 positions, 6 of which are in facilities management, which is where we continue to struggle a bit. We are currently working on a methodology that would help us identify those hard-to-work job classifications based on a variety of elements to see, how long is it really taking us to fill them? What do we need to do? Do we need to allow people to hire at more than the first quartile? What is it we need to start attracting those positions that have been so difficult? So in looking at those numbers, I think ultimately if we were to come back with recommendations, we would recommend eliminating all unbudgeted positions that have been vacant for 540 days or more. Just make sure we're getting those off the rolls. Instruct our grants management team to begin to just review all of the grant positions that have been open for 8 months, the 240 days or more, and work with departments to see if those are simply remaining on the books, if those grants are still relevant. But rather than sweeping them, we would begin to look at that case-by-case analysis of those positions. We're continuing to work on what is the methodology to identify the hard-to-fill jobs, and that if there's a vacant policy, if the board chooses to move with the vacant policy that was before you a couple weeks ago, we would recommend that the effective date not occur until July 1 of this year with the new fiscal year, which also allows, we hope, time for departments to work with their budget analysis, finance, and HR to see what needs to be done to fill some of those hard-to-fill positions. So.
Thank you. I do have a question because I'll call it, I'm going to ask a question and then I'll call on you, Supervisor Christie. I'm wondering, because I know the positions funds were swept. They're swept every year. I mean, so they were swept last year. And I guess I'm wondering why we have a need for a policy when in practice it's happening now. And then the other question I had is, if funds are swept but the positions still exist even though there's no funding for them, when directors want to post for those positions, like, different people graduate, whatever is going on, are they still able to post? Or because there is no funding attached to that position, are they stopped from posting? Those are just logistical questions that I've always wondered about.
And Chair Grijalva, if a department wishes to fill an open PCN, if there's not funding, they need to come back and get approval from the finance department to fund that position. If they can do so by, there have been times where we've traded off PCNs. An open, vital PCN, or one that is in the process, is funded for the year. The department may wish to give that up in order to fund the other PCN, because they have to stay within the budget that you have provided for them for the year.
Right. So, for example, if a budget was swept last year, I know our county attorney's budget was swept 2 million, about a little over 2 million, 2.4 million. This year, this proposed budget this fiscal year, is that funding added back in, or do they start at the same place we left them after the sweep? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So let's say hypothetically there's a $10 million budget and then there's vacant positions, and so that funding is swept, $2 million. This fiscal year, this budget, do they start back at the 10 million, or are they starting at the 8 million?
Chair Grijalva,
or is that too general?
It depends on what the budget is you provide. If the county attorney's office has requested those positions come back in, then...
Or any department. I'm just using her because I see her at the back of the room and it's sort of triggered.
If we use that as to make a recommendation that those positions be included in the budget, then they would, and approved by you, by the board, then they're back in the budget.
Is that considered a supplemental request, or is that the base request?
It depends, Chair Grijalva, it depends on whether the PCN was left, and it's odd in that what we've done under board policy is the PCN might still exist, but the funding for that current year was swept because they were not filled for a period of time. As we move into a new fiscal year, the positions can return and be funded. We have had a couple of departments who have come back and indicated a concern that the money was also swept, and we've worked with those departments to see what it is we need to plus up the budget so that they can maintain the guidelines as established for both budget and personnel as established by the board.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, County Administrator Lesher. That was a very comprehensive and detailed verbal report you gave with a lot of facts and figures. To me, it's of such a nature that I would very much like to see the written report that you state you have in process, as well as addressing the conversations that you and the chair just had. I do find that the chair's comments are important, and I think they need to be clarified and expressed in your written report. And I think because of the complications of this whole issue and the intricacies involved, I would very much request, and if it's in the form of a motion, is there a possibility we could continue this until we get the written report from the county administrator to be able to digest that, as well as to encompass the issues that were discussed by the chair and the county administrator? Could we continue this until the next meeting?
Is that a motion, Supervisor Christie?
So moved.
I'll second. Dr. Lee, or Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I do see County Attorney Conover here, and we've gotten several memos from her, and I would like to hear her thoughts on this, but I would like to offer my own opinion. I think with elected departments, elected officials that run these departments, I do have an issue with the sweeping of their budget and not having, even though they have PCNs, but they're unfunded, having to come back to finance and ask for those. I mean, I think what we need to do is have a budget that is stable for them, and these PCNs that are vacant, there must be some rationale as to why they're vacant. I also know it's tied into the issue with the contract lawyers that we also hire, which is a very high number. And, I don't know if the salary issue continues to be an issue. I know it's hard to recruit some of these. It could be a number of reasons. But I do have an issue personally. If I'm an elected official voted on by the citizens of the county to run a department and run it well, and my PCNs are gone, they're there, but I have no money to run them, to fund it. So, and to ask permission to get that back, I do have an issue with that. But I would like to hear from our county attorney.
Any other questions from the supervisors? Did you have a specific question for County Attorney Conover?
I just want her, since she is here, to maybe address the memos that she has given us.
See what happens when you show. Okay. You can sit. You can stay there.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lee, if the matter is going to be continued, I'm happy to return to talk about that matter, and I can reserve further discussion for the next item. It's the pleasure of the board.
Okay. Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
Since you're here, I would really like to hear from you.
Madam Clerk, should we pause for a moment?
No, you're fine, Ms. Conover, please.
Okay, absolutely. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Lee, thank you for asking County Minister Lesher, Clerk Manriquez, and Civil Chief Deputy for the entire county, Sam Brown. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak. I have raised, pursuant to this item and another item to be discussed later, I have raised the concern that a year ago, This month, $2.4 million was swept by the county out of my budget and not returned, to be clear on that. That certainly had dramatic consequences, especially upon an office that has statutory obligations towards public safety and towards the legal representation for the entire county. And so here we are to address that. The board has also given me a significant tool, which was class and comp, and certainly all our thanks to the board and the county for all of that work, so that previously we had long-running open vacancies. You gave me a tool which was more competitive salaries. I ran with that, I assure you, furiously. And we have been on quite the hiring spree of both veteran attorneys, now that we can be competitive with other agencies in the state. And of course, I'm just talking about every other government agency. But also, of course, then February, as I've tried to continue to explain, is the big hiring and matching process out of the law schools. We make offers in February, they graduate in May, they take the bar exam in July, and they hopefully have that license around November. And so what that means is we are always going to be outside the 240 days. We're always going to have that problem, that we make the offer and then it sits open until they finally get that bar card in their hands. So when we talk about the sweep, it's certainly designed, I'm sure, in a way that serves the county. It's just that we have unique hiring processes that is a nationwide standard that falls outside this particular guideline. And I'm in a position where I have offer letters out right now and looking at a sweep. And so that certainly touches upon the concern that we're at right now.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. With regard to the $2.4 million sweep during this fiscal year, I wonder if I could ask the county administrator to advise the board and the public as to the current board policy that made that necessary.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, I'm sorry I'm stumbling, I don't have it in front of me. Ellen Moulton, our finance director, is here to help summarize why that did occur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, as part of the creation of the 24 budget, there were a number of items that were identified that reduced base budgets. Eliminating some vacant positions was part of that balancing exercise.
Chair Grijalva. And
Supervisor Scott.
My understanding, and Ms. Moulton, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the board policy that we passed in October of 2022, dealing not just with vacant positions, but more significantly with maintaining a required fund balance in the general fund.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, that's correct. That is one of the levers that we were using in the creation of the 24 budget.
And just because, in deference to Supervisor Lee, who wasn't with us when the board put that policy into place, could I ask you, and by way of Ms. Lesher, to send the board a copy of that current policy, the one we passed in October of 2022, and perhaps, and I know we're still discussing Supervisor Christie's motion to continue, but perhaps and I'm prepared to support that motion, by the way, perhaps we could see some connection between existing policy and what the proposed policy would do, some kind of crosswalk.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lee and then Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Lee.
May I just get a clarification from you regarding the policy, and then I would appreciate seeing it in a crosswalk, but does it specifically say in the policy that for elected officials that we sweep their PCNs and keep those PCNs with no funding.
Chair Grijalva, if I could, and Supervisor Lee, there was no distinction between elected officials and non-elected officials in the general fund budget. So as you know, I believe when you looked at this policy a couple weeks ago, there was a discussion about exempting the elected officials from the requirement that did not exist in the current.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, Supervisor Lee.
May I also make a suggestion, because specifically, I know this has really hit our county attorney's office, that in the budget process for 24-25, that we actually get a budget from the county attorney that is going to be one that we takes a look at the money that has been swept last year. And also, I do see a request for a supplemental that comes back at $7,000. So obviously, there's an issue with the budget at hand because she's coming back to us to ask for $7,000. I think that the entire budget needs to be reviewed, and we're going to be doing that very soon. So I would hope that the budget presented by our county attorney is one that is necessary and needed, and she will be able to function as required by statute.
Madam Chair, if I may, and Supervisor Lee, I do want to make a note that after that $2.4 million was swept from us without consultation, we've done everything we can to try to stay under budget and to try to deal with that loss of funding. And it's come at a very challenging time when we are fully ramping back up into jury trials, and we need prosecutors in the courtroom, which is why I have all these higher offer letters. And so in planning for that, we did put in for the base request this time to include the positions that had been swept for, and we were told to cut further to be in the target that the county has chosen for us. And so, yes, I am here and can address later a $7,000 issue because we have worked so hard to be good stewards of the budget and come in under every year. And I'm afraid that actually ended up harming us because $2.4 million was there to be swept.
Any other?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yes, thank you. In light of my colleagues' statements, Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Lee, as well as the county attorney, it's obvious that there are a lot of issues that haven't been taken into consideration with this whole discussion, and I think they can be incorporated and addressed in County Administrator Lesher's written report. So therefore, I am urging this to be continued, and I'd like to call the question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Any other, and I don't think that we need to change your motion because I think it was pretty comprehensive of all of the issues that are here. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say, to continue this until we receive the report. I don't know that we had a specific, April 2nd or April, I don't think that we gave that a specific time. Yes.
Yes, we did. It was to continue to April 2nd.
Do we want to continue to April 2nd, Supervisor Christie?
I would amend that. Madam Chair, I would amend that to continuing it until we get the written report.
Okay, I'll agree to that change as the seconder. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Now we have an item.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor.
I'm sorry, just because the county attorney is here, and I'm sure this isn't the only thing on her calendar, could we consider the addendum item that she referenced and maybe delay Mr. Stratford's presentation?
I also think that there's another issue that she had some interest in, but I'm happy to address that one. What was the item number? For the 13. No. The other item from the county attorney.
That's on the addendum.
Okay. So we have addendum item number 4. This is Pima County Juvenile Safety and Security Audit, Building Security Enhancements. This is a request from the Pima County Attorney's Office for approval of $7,841.86 from contingency funds to cover the cost of security enhancements recommended by Pima County facilities. I do have an issue considering the budget that the county attorney's office has in approving this from contingency funds. I think that it speaks more to a systemic issue that we have to resolve, and I don't want to put a Band-Aid on it by approving just this one. But yes, did you want to speak to the item?
Madam Chair, members of the board, as I hinted at earlier, and I don't want to make light of a $7,000 item. Where I come from, that was a fortune and still is. But obviously, in context of the county, it is disappointing, I suppose, to be here on such a small item. It's a very significant security concern for all employees and the public that work in there. It's been addressed as to what the need was, and then facilities suggested that it needed to come from our budget. Obviously, the bigger problem is not the 7,000. The bigger problem is the 2.4 million that was swept a year ago, and we have absorbed and absorbed and absorbed and tried everything possible to overcome that. Again, in very difficult public safety times with the obligations that our office has. And this was the final brick wall. We're really trying hard to keep our record solid of coming in under on the budget and being one of those agencies and electeds that you can always rely upon to do that and to be so prudent with the taxpayer dollar and with what we have forecasted in the way we have encumbered our budget in hiring prosecutors. I assure you there's no fluff. This is all going straight into hiring prosecutors. We have hit that brick wall. And I'll add one more thing. There are so many probably assumptions that we have. There are only 3 attorneys, like licensed attorneys, not carrying a full trial caseload right now. That's myself, my Chief Deputy Baird Green, and Bill Brammer, who has a full caseload, but it's all appeals. He's not doing trials in court. He's handling all appeals for the entire agency right now. That's one of the offer letters out for his team. I say that because at this point, we had 84 attorneys in 2019. I walked in with 61. That's the reality, and that's why every single supervisor in the office, instead of just supervising, is also carrying a full trial load. So we have reached the limit of what we can absorb for the county. We should in fact be leaning forward. We should not be in a defensive posture. We should be leaning forward into this massive hiring spree with the competitive salaries you've given me. The amount of talent that's coming in and trying to knock at the door will impress the board and the county. We should be building a robust, strong county attorney's office for public safety and in defense of and in representation of Pima County, the way every other jurisdiction in the state enjoys. And so we're really here about that and not about $7,000.
Thank you. I'm actually curious though, because it's under your office, why isn't this something that the courts are paying for? Because it is Pima County Juvenile Court. So why isn't this coming out of the court's budget? Why is it a request out of your budget?
I'm of a mind and of a memory that the door in question that needs the extra security piece goes into our staff.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense to me, respectfully. It should be the courts. It should not be the county attorney's office. Does anyone have any clarifying info that would make that make more sense to me?
And I'll just clarify for the board, I'm looking at my subject matter expert who runs our budget, Nicole Heath, and runs all of finance for us.
And I don't see why a court security should be coming out of the county attorney's budget. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm inclined to vote no and ask the courts to fill this need. I think security is very important, but it I mean, the systemic issue with your budget, that's a whole other story, but this specifically being charged to the county attorney's office doesn't make sense to me personally. So I'm going to tend to like either not take, unless there's a motion, I'm going to just sort of, we're going to continue the item and ask why the courts aren't paying for it.
Chair Grijalva, perhaps
Chair Lesher.
if there's no action, if you'd simply like to direct me to ensure that we are providing this needed security enhancement.
Yeah, I just think that security specifically for Pima County, the facility of juvenile court should come from the courts, but, okay, so no action then? I don't see anyone clamoring to do a motion. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll go back, and I apologize, to the Teatro Carmen presentation. This is a presentation by Herb Stratford of Stratford Artworks regarding the progress to date on the restoration of the historic Teatro Carmen in Barrio Viejo, goals, timeline for Phase 2. And this was a request by Supervisor Hines. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for coming and your patience.
I'm well, thank you, Chair Grijalva, thank you, members of the supervisors, and Administrator Lesher. Thank you for letting me come in and give you guys a quick update. I do have some visuals that'll come up on the screen here. First of all, just by way of introduction, for those of you who don't know me, specifically Supervisor Lee, who I have not met yet, my name is Herb Stratford. I'm with Stratford Artworks, and I'm your Pima County's partner. You guys own the Teatro Carmen. I am the one that is raising the money and restoring the theater. We will eventually operate the theater for Pima County, but it is your property, so I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. This is something we're doing that's a county project. So anyway, what we decided to do, next slide, the first phase was the facade restoration. If you've been down there, you can go to the next slide after this. If you've been down there recently, you might remember this is what it used to look like. It had that face for a fair amount of time. It was painted that color for a Whoopi Goldberg movie in 1994. It was right before that. Basically, this facade restoration, total cost of about $650,000, and of that money, $300,000 came from a state heritage fund grant, about $180,000 came from private money, and then about $143,000 from Pima County grants. And next slide. One of the most expensive things that was unexpected was the electric removal. We spent about $180,000 getting rid of that utility pole. So that was a big lift, but that delayed us by about 5 months, but it made a dramatic difference. Next slide. So one of the biggest things was to get back to the way the building looked in 1915 when it was originally converted from a house to a theater space. And so that was a lot of brickwork, recreating the original archway with period brick. And then we did some other things with, next slide. We did some other work. This is a mural by Danny Martin, a picture of Carmen Soto Vasquez, who was the woman who started the theater, recreating the original signage. There's some doors that we're putting back on the front of the Elks Club, which was a 1941 edition next door, putting back the original gates. Next slide. New sidewalk, which of course we're making the rest of the neighborhood look bad because we have the nicest sidewalk in town. We're putting some poster cases up so we can tell some of the history of Teatro Carmen as we continue to move through the process. Next slide. And so basically, the next thing that we're doing after that is the roof and the ceiling and the stage house. The stage house is the building that surrounds the stage, and that was torn down in 1936. It was when the Black Elks bought the building, we found one photo of it, which you'll see in a second. So we're recreating that stage house, rebuilding that stage house, and we're redoing the ceiling and the roof. You can see in the lower left, that's the pressed metal ceiling. That's the original ceiling that we're going to be putting back up. And actually, you can sort of see that's the way the building used to look there too. Let's go to the next slide. So the area that's circled right there, that's the first picture we've ever been able to find of the Carmen Stage House, and we found that it was a picture of the now La Suprema Tortilla building, which used to be a Chinese market, and in the background we found the picture of the Stage House, and that's a 1936 Ford in front, so we know what the year was. So a little detective work in that as well. Next slide. So this, if we can go to the next slide, this is sideways. Sorry about that. This is showing some of the roof detail that we're doing. We basically are pulling the entire roof off. We have to stabilize the walls, putting the new roof up, putting the ceiling back. as I said, and then building out the stage house. This phase, we're trying to work around the monsoon, because obviously we don't want to have the roof off the building when it starts raining, so we're doing the planning for that and making sure that everything is ready to go. And also some grants that are specific. Another Heritage Fund grant that I'll talk about in a second is coming up on that one. So that's going to be phase 2 that we're going to get done this calendar year. Next slide. What I'm calling phase 2.5 is basically plumbing and HVAC work. We've received some grants for the project from the state for some HVAC work, and from actually the city for some plumbing work. So that's going to happen also this calendar year. And then we're going to phase 3, which is the patio, which we hope to get done hopefully by this time next year, pending everything. Next slide. And that is the outdoor space, where it's basically an empty lot right now, right at the corner of Simpson and Meyer. And there was, in that dark area, there was a Chinese market there until 1961. So this property has an amazing history of African American, Hispanic, and Chinese. And so that outdoor patio space will be part of the project that will be tied to the eventual bar and restaurant that is in there. If we can go to the next slide. And basically, the final phase of this project will be the interior, and we'll go to the next slide. This is a challenge. This theater was the nicest theater in town when it was opened in 1915. Tucson was probably 15,000 people. But having said that, and I restored the Fox Theater also a number of years ago, this was not a big, glorious movie palace. This was a small Hispanic, Spanish language theater space. So finding the reference for this is sort of a challenge. There were no photographs of this building when it opened. Unlike the Fox, I had insurance photographs to go back and look at. So I've been doing a lot of research to figure out what this needs to look like, because we don't want to make something look like it didn't look like. You know what I mean? So we do have the historic, the tin ceiling. We have some things like that. Just for an example, this on the upper left-hand side, this is from a theater in border town in Texas of about the same period. That's their orchestra pit. And we know that we had an orchestra pit in the Carmen from some of the narrative in the Spanish language newspapers. And we think it's under the floor. So we're going to find that. But this just shows you some of the reference that we've been doing, just to sort of show that it's not a big plaster, sort of muraled gold leaf space. This is a very sort of intimate space. It will be 250 to 300 seats, which is an important niche for this community. We don't have any venues that size, so I can tell you right now, literally every week I have someone approaching me who wants to use the space. I toured the Jazz Festival through this week. Just nonstop, people can't wait to get into this building. It's going to be busy 7 days a week when it's done. So next slide, please. So I want to just touch on fundraising process so far, progress. So we've raised about $4.3 million, and that is very important to me and to us at Stratford Artworks that it's a public-private partnership. This is not just public money. And it also doesn't need to just have one sugar daddy. This needs to be something that is supported by the entire community. So we have raised about half of the money that we think we need. We also have federal requests in. As I mentioned, we're doing a second Heritage Fund grant for the Stage House. We are continuing to solicit and receive large gifts from private foundations. We're going to be applying for a Save America's Treasures grant as soon as the neighborhood gets declared a National Historic Landmark, which will happen during this calendar year. And then the final $1.5 million will be in the sort of public phase of the campaign, which is sort of the smaller gifts. And so I will be coming back to you all to get approval on a naming plan for the theater, and that will be coming up pretty soon. So it's moving along very quickly and very nicely. I would say that having things like the facade done is an immense benefit to the restoration process. Some people would say, oh, you sort of did that out of order. It lets people see what we're doing and how serious we are and how attention to detail and how beautiful this property is. So next slide. And so just the last thing I want to touch on is just community and media. And Graham from Visit Tucson was just here a few minutes ago, and you heard him speak about how Visit Tucson has had great success. They have really managed to help push us out in front of the national media. So next slide. So we've had a lot of success in telling our story. I do a lot of tours, everything from school kids to potential supporters, both large and small. So this is something that happens. I know some of you have a tour scheduled with me coming up, an update tour. So, and if you have not been down, I'm happy to come meet you there at any time. Next slide. To show you the progress. It's exciting. So this is just an example. New York Times, United Hemispheres Magazine, Condé Nast Traveler. This has really brought a lot of great attention to our community, to the neighborhood. It just is, the dividends are enormous. And so it's something we're really proud of. And we're really proud to be in partnership with Pima County in working on this project. So I know I had a short window, so I want to make sure I have a chance to answer any questions for you guys. So next slide, and then any questions I can answer.
Thank you for coming down. It really, we appreciate it. I know that you were very patient and having an opportunity. I've had the opportunity to walk through. I'm looking forward to your upcoming visit. I'm just very excited about the project. I heard Supervisor Christie, so I think he'd like to speak, and then, but I'll call on Supervisor Hines since I heard you first, and then Supervisor Christie, and then whoever else. Thank you, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. When I saw the New York Times coverage, and then of course Condé Nast as well, you referenced, is this normal to like, I mean, I know the facade is obviously striking, it's literally on my street, but like, is it, I don't know, you do this, I don't, but like, before this is operational and open, you have like these, I mean, pretty high level national coverage, like highlighting this. Is that something that you've seen in other projects? Did you expect that?
Supervisor Hines, no, it's very unusual, to be honest with you. It's a lot of times the hook that gets the journalist here is the neighborhood designation and the fact that it's being a National Historic Landmark, which will be only the third National Historic Landmark in our area after San Javier and Tumamoc Hill. So this Barrio Viejo designation is significantly important. But when Visit Tucson gives a list to the journalists of where to visit, and then they come see us, and perhaps my bubbly enthusiasm or whatever it is, I tell them, I'm so sorry that we're not open, and they're like, it doesn't matter. This is such an important story. This is so, and you know, before, some of those stories were before the facade was even done, so we didn't even have something sexy to show them. So to your point, it is very rare for us to get attention for something that is literally 18 to 24 months away from being done, and so it's very exciting. I think now the challenge is just for me to continue to keep that up, but it's very unusual. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
That pretty much was the same type of question. I think this is a terrific project, and you know, I've had my disagreements about whether it should be a county or a city sponsored event, and that's a discussion we can have at another time if we even have it. I'm just concerned, are your grants that you're pursuing, Mr. Stratford, do they have matching requirements that you know of?
Supervisor Christie, some of them do and some of them do not. So if they do, we work very closely with the county's grant management process to make sure that we have encumbered any match that we need. So we go through that process very extensively. But yes, some of them do have matches, some of them do not. And I would just make a note too, just because you brought it up. We are outside of the Rio Nuevo district, so there is no Rio Nuevo funds available. Administrator Lesher tried to help me see if we could bend those rules a little bit, and that went nowhere because we are across the street from the edge of the district, so Rio Nuevo cannot support the project. The city is supporting the project. The plumbing grant that we got, that's some ARPA money for $300,000, that is from the city, and the city is working actively to help us match as closely as they can the county's investment in the project, and that was always part of the plan.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Stratford. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for the update. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a time certain item at 11:30, so I'm wondering if we could get back on the agenda really quickly, or if you all wanted to take a quick break. A break? Okay, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back by 11:30. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your patience. I apologize. We're gonna go. Does anyone have any updates on item 12? Can we just? I don't. So I'm just asking if any. It's the Board of Supervisors representative updates on boards, committee, commissions. No. Okay. So now we're on 14, Pima Vocational High School. Staff recommends surrendering the PVHS charter before April 30th to accommodate the Arizona State Board of Charter timeframes to finalize surrender before the end of the 2024 fiscal year. We had, I would just like to say, and when this item was coming up, and I shared a basement with Pima Vocational when I was at 97 East Congress for 10 years or something like that. So I'm really familiar. Gloria Pro was the administrator for most of the time that I was there. I attended many of the graduations, and, you know, when it was career days and stuff, we'd go in and talk, and we were very good collaborators together with the program. And so I'm very familiar with what the program looked like then, and I have had an opportunity to talk with some students before and a couple today on what their day looks like and what it is. So I think I'm the only one on the board that has had to vote on school closure hearings, and this is feeling very much like that, because I know that it's really difficult, and I just want to say personally, I think I can speak for the rest of the board when we say that we are very impressed by the student speakers that came, and for the staff members that are here to advocate for the school to remain open, and to the parents, because as a parent myself who's sort of struggled to find the right fit for my child, we know how difficult that process is too. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to staff so we can have a presentation, and I'll go to our county administrator, and then we'll have a discussion.
Good. Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. And to give you a little more summary about the background and the history and why we're at this point today, I'll turn it over to Dr. Garcia, who's also here with staff from Community Workforce Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva, members of the board, Administrator Lesher. Happy to review with you some of the information that we put together. As you will recall, this charter school was founded back in 2000 by action of the County Board of Supervisors. And at that time, the Vocational High School Governing Board was established with oversight roughly through the Department of Education and the Arizona State Board of Charter. And the idea was, and at the time it was a very, very innovative and very important and unique offering at a time that there were not many charters, but really to target at-risk youth, and to provide school to work focus. So since that time, and again, at that time, a very highly unique educational offering, there's been a lot of changes in the educational landscape. The Joint Technical Education District in 2007 really brought forth a lot more technical education and vocational offerings. Additionally, there's been a proliferation of alternative charter schools, and the school districts themselves, TUSD, Sunnyside, Marana, all the school districts have really stepped up the offerings in terms of alternative schools for children who are challenged in other settings. This is an important context for the situation that we find ourselves in, which is we are the only government jurisdiction in the state of Arizona that operates a charter school. This is a listing of, can you put on the next slide, please? Next one, please. This is a list, a non-exhaustive list, but this is a list of alternative school options. One of the things that happens is that we actually have a relationship with the State Board of Charter Schools, and their staff are in that supports Southern Arizona, and this was based on the recommendations of what things were available that might fit programmatically and geographically the students that are served by this institution. Next slide, please. This is a graphic that shows the Pima Vocational High School average daily membership, the bodies in seats, since its founding, since we started seeing students, to where we are today. It also shows you what the general fund support is for the school that has been provided since its inception. And what you'll note is that our daily membership numbers have been decreasing since 2014, and that the amount of general fund support has been increasing at the same time. So we find ourselves today with a decreased average daily enrollment trend that really precedes COVID and continues to be present. We find ourselves with student assessment scores that are below the county average. We also find ourselves with increasing general fund support with very high per pupil spending, and the obvious leadership and staffing challenges that have been discussed today. To be clear, there is nothing in what we're saying today that should impugn the achievements of the individual students, that should negate the commitment of their teachers, or that should in any other way diminish their accomplishments. But the question before you today is whether Pima County should be in the business of operating a charter school. Our staff recommendation is for this board to surrender the charter and plan for an orderly transition. At that time, by your action, we would finalize individual transition plans for the remaining students. I have with me today Mr. Dan Sullivan, as well as Deputy Director Pina with Community Workforce Development. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Board members have any questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I just wanted to say really quickly, I'm disappointed that we are using AZ merit scores as a basis for justifying this decision. The state of Arizona, with both AZ merit and Ames, has made the extraordinarily poor choice to use those scores as the basis for letter grades for our schools. And I feel that we are compounding that error by our legislature and past governors when we are using those scores to justify this decision. And I really wish we had not done that. I saw it in the memo. I was disappointed to see it in the memo, and I'm disappointed to see it in this presentation. The fact is that every time AZ merit has been administered throughout this state, the majority of students at every grade level have failed to pass it. That speaks not to student achievement or to the efforts of their teachers. That speaks to this test. And I will tell you, as somebody who listened to English and math teachers for years bemoan the fact that their students performed at one level on their assessments, but then performed at another level on AZ merit. I'm very disappointed that we use this data. That's separate from anything else that's being discussed, but I didn't anticipate seeing the data in the presentation and the memo, and I wish we hadn't done that. I want to go to the memorandum that we got from Ms. Lesher back on December 7th, 2023. And the cover memo says the original rationale for establishing a charter school within Pima County was to provide an educational alternative to students who struggled in traditional schools, both in education and a pipeline to internships in Pima County departments, allowing them to gain valuable work experience. Later on the same page, she said, in light of trends over the last decade, it is appropriate to reconsider Pima County's role as a charter holder. Mr. Sullivan, in a memo to the board that came out in March, hold on just a second, said that programmatic reporting on Pima Vocational High School to the board has been periodic rather than regular. The most recent comprehensive report was in 2014. I really think that is a gross understatement about what I consider to be the root of the problem that brings us to today. What could Pima Vocational High School's current situation be if there had been annual reports to the Board of Supervisors back when the school was created in 2000 and regular opportunities by us for both oversight and direction? That's never happened. I spoke with a 3-term member of this board leading into this meeting. He served on this board for 12 years. He couldn't remember more than 1 or 2 times that Pima Vocational High School had been discussed with this board. And honestly, the first time it was brought up to this board was when we got that memo in December. So to me, the school has been neglected and ignored by our board, previous boards, county staff, pretty much since its inception. I think it's been left to fend for itself, for better or for worse. And the fact that we're here today is on us and on every other supervisor who sat on this dais since the year 2000. And I want to thank Supervisor Grijalva, because I think she was probably the first supervisor to ask questions about the operation of the school dating back to its inception. I want to thank Ms. Pina, Ms. Connor, and Mr. Flagg for the work that they are doing working with staff. I very much want to thank, especially being a career educator myself, the administrators and teachers at this school. And absolutely want to thank the students, because in the close to 30 years that I worked in middle and high schools, oftentimes was working with kids who felt like they just didn't have a niche at the school where I was a teacher or an administrator. And you've clearly found a niche at Pima Vocational High School. I wish that we as a county had done better by you. I think it's clear that we haven't. I do think that your current focus, based not only on student input on the survey questions, but also from the content of the letters that we've gotten from everybody associated with the school, is on credit recovery. And that is absolutely essential. The last high school where I was a principal, we had credit recovery options on site because we didn't want to lose students to charters that were offering credit recovery as their focus. I think credit recovery is more of a viable option in the community through the K-12 districts, through charters than it was in 2000. I do note that the internship focus that was central to the rationale for creating the school has not been a key area of focus in recent years. Only 6% of students have been provided with internship opportunities. I'd like to ask Ms. Lesher, and you can direct the question wherever you'd like, if the board made the decision to surrender the charter and close the school, what efforts are already underway and will continue to work with individual students one-on-one with their parents in terms of looking at other possible options for them, either within the K-12 districts or other charters.
And Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, what would happen to the students was the primary focus. I do not have the specifics, but I know staff does. I don't know if that's Mr. Sullivan or Ms. Pena.
Chair Grijalva.
Or Dr. Garcia.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, Administrator Lesher. We as staff, we're not going to presuppose what the outcome of today's decision is. But we have a plan, and I will ask our Deputy Director Pina to talk about what the plan is.
Thank you. Chair Grijalva, Dr. Garcia, members of the board. So to expand on Dr. Garcia's comments that we did not want to be presumptuous in having individual plans for the students to find a path for them outside of today's decision. What we do have is a plan that will, depending on the decision that's made today, there is a transition plan that we will move forward with, depending on what that decision is. And so it really is a 5-step plan, and I'll read that out to you. And that is directly from Daphne Connor, who is the manager for our youth program division. Her and I work closely to put together a plan that we believe makes sense, and it's in the best interest of the students, as well as being very communicative with their parents, if that's applicable. So the plan is as follows. Currently, there are 37 students who are actively enrolled. We anticipate that there will be 7 graduates. If those individuals continue through, they will graduate June of 2024. That leaves a total of 30 students. Currently, we have anywhere from 20 to 24 average daily attendance. So those students from 24 to 30, those students would have the following transition plan. The PVH transition team will consist of Daphne, Connor, Joel, Albert, and Gretel, and I would like to make a comment that Joel and Albert have already been involved with the PVHS program prior to us being here today. Daphne has been involved with our youth program, and Gretel is currently a member of the team with PVHS High School. They will continue to meet with each student and guardian, if under the age of 18, and explain the process and the status of the school. And I want to make a comment that prior to this point in time, we had conversations once we knew of the status of the school, that the CWD membership had recommended to surrender the charter. We made sure to message that to incoming students so they were not caught off guard. Their parents were notified as well. Those conversations were had. And then following that, the next step would be the Pima Vocational High School team will review each student's transcript with student and guardian. The PVHS team review will occur with at least 3 or more schools in the area where the student lives and work accordingly. The Pima Vocational High School team will contact the school and request a site visit. PVHS staff will drive students to schools for tours. The next step is, once the school is selected by the student and the guardian, the Pima Vocational High School team will provide a complete transfer packet to the new school. And I'd like to add that there has been an exercise within the school where we have, where Daphne and her team have looked at the transcripts to ensure that we are trying to have the most accurate records possible when we do work with these students with this transition plan. Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I'd like to ask, and perhaps I don't know enough about the charters, although I know that we have a significant number of charters, and I've at one time, Pima Community College was even looking at creating a charter, but that never happened, so we did look into it. Oh, is that what it was? Okay, thank you. But I have a question, so maybe, and actually Chair Grijalva might even know. So, first I want to say that the biggest impact that the speakers made today were the students by far, and did an incredible job. And it's clear that the staff and teachers are so dedicated to the students. And no decision like this is ever easy because, you know, I'm a parent as well. But I have a question about the charter because there is support, this core here. Could this core go out and get your own private charter? Or could you become engulfed in, like Chicanos por la Causa's charter? Because there are charter schools being developed and new charters happening, and you could have a focus that meets your needs. Obviously, vocation in the original intent is no longer there because now we have JTED, and so if vocation was the original goal of making sure that students come out and have a career-ready access, then we're not meeting that need in Pima vocation if what Supervisor Scott said and only 6% had an internship. But I do believe that charters you can go within an umbrella charter or you can start another charter. Who knows this answer? Can you just...
So Pima County holds this charter.
Yes.
So we're going to have to release this charter.
Yes.
But many other programs, when you see the kind of decline in enrollment that happened here in Pima Vocational is not unusual in any school. It impacts you more because you're so much smaller, but every school, if you look across from our largest high school to Tucson High to our smallest unified high school, we've all had a decline in enrollment. A lot of it has to do with charter development and programs kind of popping up. Given that, we have had other smaller alternative programs that have gone out to seek, you know, sort of being a part of an umbrella. I don't know that we've explored that very much. I do know that some of the charters that are listed here, even though they're listed as an alternative, are not alternative programs. And so I think that that's an important distinction. And I do feel like there are some opportunities with charters where we could perhaps do like a wholesale school within a school. You'd have to negotiate all of that stuff. But we could in theory say we're going to work with you all to go to this school, but I do understand that many of the students do not live necessarily nearby. So that's why I think it's important that individualized is very important. And, you know, the teaching staff is really dedicated to specifically to this school, but also teaching in an alternative environment is very different than teaching in a traditional kind of campus environment. And so you do have a lot of options in our community. And that was one of the things that Pima Vocational was very unique and sort of pioneering this idea that there was going to be a vocational program, because at the time that they started, and this was voted on December 14th, 99, the pendulum had gone very far to it's a 4-year degree or nothing. So I think that this board at the time was looking at vocational education is important, and there was no niche that could fill that. I do feel like that has evolved, where you have our traditional high schools that have vocational programs, you have JTED that has a program, and all of the JTED programs would be available to any of the students that are enrolled in any school. So that's an umbrella that, and our tax dollars are already paying for that. Like we're already paying for that. But yes, they could, in theory, move to another program, but Pima County would still have to release this charter because we wouldn't be sponsoring the charter.
Yes. Thank you.
Supervisor Hines.
So, pardon, thank you, Chair Grijalva. In looking at all the materials, and again, I don't know that this makes much, I'm just a little perplexed. It seems like I don't understand why this is in CWD. Like, why wouldn't this be better suited to be like within the library system, for example? Or I don't know. I don't, and then again, maybe this is a question for a decade and a half ago and not now, but like, I don't know, would that be something worth discussing now? I'm not sure.
I do know that the library has an online program that is a high school diploma program, and that one's something that is mostly online. I don't think they have any instruction in person. I think there's online support. I don't know that it started always in CWD, but I think it's because of the vocational piece that you have the workforce development that was supposed to tie in, and you have these students that would do half their day in a classroom, smaller environment, but half their day in a classroom, and then the other half of their day would be in an internship. That's the way the model was when we shared the basement. So, and that, I think that you could use the minutes of instruction that was part of your internship. So every school has to show, certain amount of minutes of instruction. Otherwise, you don't get the full daily membership. And I think that that's sort of where one of the things happened here, in that many of the students were not doing the other end of it. So I don't know. It started initially with a $35,000 grant from the state, the school, but then in 2003 to 2004, so 2 years later, after the beginning, there was $63,000 from the general fund, and then it's just gone up incrementally every year. So it was when they voted on it in '99, the Board of Supervisors said, we can't fund this, but it'll be able to fund itself, and we'll just provide the opportunity for that to happen, encourage our departments to do internships so students can be exposed to all of the jobs that Pima County has available. And respectfully, we have a ton of vacancies. So this made sense at some point, and I don't know when that connection happened. I think some of it is a change in leadership. Some of it is, vacancies and it's not just the ones that happened here. Vacancies in our schools, leadership some of them it's changing annually. So it's a very difficult environment in general if you don't have like a team that's going out to do recruitment and do all of that. So if the county if we don't vote to release the charter, then we're going to have to make a significant monetary investment in the success. And I just don't know that this is the budget year that we can do that, because this last year, excluding the IT costs, which I just think are a little bit funky, but it's $372,000 is the general fund contribution if you take out IT. If you look at the budget, it says $672,000. IT is about $300,000. Is that what the dollar was? About 300, roughly. But so the general fund investment, we're supplementing the charter school's budget by about $350,000 this last year if you exclude IT. That to me is where, and that's been continuing. We've had investments from 2003 on. Yeah, so that's one of the issues, and it will cost a significant amount of money to get full staffing, to get someone to go in and reestablish these things. We're not going to be asking the teachers that are in the classroom to let's help you guys figure out all this other stuff. You have to bring in more people to do that, and that's the position that I'm in, that I find that incredibly difficult right now, financially, for all of us. But is there any other comments or questions? Okay, we can't take it from the audience. I was actually looking at Supervisor Christie, but I appreciate that. So given the situation that the school is in, I mentioned to a couple people when I was walking around that I'm probably the only one of us that had to do any kind of school closure hearings, and they're always painful, and it's horrible. It's really painful to hear the students that are finding success in this environment. And it's small, and I think that's great, but I feel like our position at the county should be that this program should be able to sustain itself. And it has not been able to do that. Even when the charter was approved, there was a comment there about this will be funded from a grant, and then it should fund itself. That the school, this is in the minutes, the school would not affect the general fund in any way. The charter school would be funded by the state through average daily membership. That has not continued to occur. The other issue that I have is that we have a very significant budget situation here, and I don't see any way forward for Pima Vocational without a commitment from this board of an investment, a significant investment. I mean, we're doing 672, and we would have to do at least $1 million, if not more. So given our financial situation and where we are, I would like to move to accept the recommendation from administration to release the charter for Pima Vocational.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Lee. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you all for your patience in being here. I know it's really difficult, and I hope that the staff that is here is going to continue to help support these students to find the best fit for them. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I'd like to ask staff to provide us with follow-up reports in terms of the 5-step process that Ms. Pina laid out for us.
Thank you. If it's okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break to allow those people who are here for this item to kind of leave. Thank you so much.
Oh, boy.
Ma'am? Do we want, all right, let's go ahead. That was difficult, thank you. The quarterly report on collections, finance and risk management, item 16. Do we have a specific presentation, or is the item just attached?
That's just attached.
Okay.
Item 17 is a presentation.
Okay, so 16, we'll go ahead and accept the quarterly report on collections.
Thank you.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second on item 16. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Supervisor Hines is not here, but I believe he's back. So item number 17 is a monthly financial update. This is discussion, direction, action regarding the monthly financial update on the county's financial performance. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Grijalva. You've received the monthly report, but we do have a few slides we wanted to go through. Primarily, at the last meeting, Supervisor Christie asked some specific questions about VLT and her funding for transportation, and so we have a snapshot on the general fund, and then we'll talk about HERF and VLT. Thank you. Ms. Moulton?
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, what you have in front of you, next slide please, is the snapshot of the performance as of January 2024, period 7. You can see that we have a $10 million positive variance in revenues. The majority of that is due to a $6.8 million refund from Altex that we received in late December, so it was posted in January. And you're also seeing a positive uptick in so we're seeing slight decrease in expenditures, so we're having a positive overall impact on the fund balance. We're up slightly from last month to $6.7 million over the required board reserve for the general fund. Next slide, please. Supervisor Christie had asked for some additional information related to HERF and VLT. HERF are the Highway User Revenue Fund. What you see in front of you is a 10-year retrospective of what the county has received. The HERF funds go directly to the Department of Transportation. In 2014, we received approximately $37.5 million, and in fiscal year 24, we've received $55.8 million. That's approximately a 49% increase over the last decade. Next slide, please. Vehicle license tax revenue is also collected by the state, and it is split based on statute between the general fund and the transportation department. You can see that in the first graphic is the VLT going to the general fund. In 2014, it started with an $11.7 million receipts in that year. And last year, we received just under $19 million. Again, that was a 62% increase over the decade. And the VLT that goes directly to the Transportation Department, you'll see similar numbers. Just under 24 million were received in 2014 and 34.6 million in 23. Again, that was approximately a 45% increase. That is all I really had to share with you, unless you have any questions.
Board members, any questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
You mentioned, Ms. Moulton, that there's vehicle license tax that goes to the general fund, there's vehicle license tax that goes to transportation, and that's set up by statute. My understanding, therefore, is that even if any county wanted to use their VLT general fund VLT general fund revenues in transportation, that they'd be precluded from doing so by statute. Is that correct?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I don't have the statute in front of me. I believe that the board has discretion with regard to the use of VLT, but I would have to validate that.
But even if and I would like to know that, but even if the board made that decision, we would still then have to make up the revenues that were going into the general fund, perhaps through increasing property taxes.
That would be correct.
All right, thank you.
And we'll get back with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes, excuse me, Director Moulton. I do have a question for you. With regards to the 7.144 909 that we have on the plus side, do we not utilize that to pay any of the budgets that come in that are way over budgeted now to balance our budget. We do not use our 17% discretionary, that it's our rainy day fund is a rainy day fund. We don't touch that to balance our budget. Is that correct?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, yes, at this point, we are not dipping into the general fund reserve. All the numbers that you're seeing are net, so if a specific department is over budget, there are other departments that are under budget, so you're seeing the net effect here.
So this 7 million is all we have until the end of the fiscal year. So for example, if the sheriff's department comes back 4 million over, it has to come out of that 7.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, the sheriff is predicting to come in over budget already, and these numbers are predictive through the end of the fiscal year. So each department on a monthly basis provides us with a forecast through the end of the year. So this is over and above what everyone has forecasted to spend.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. And I do know that we're looking at asking departments for suggestions on different cuts and that kind of thing. I'm wondering if our next meeting, we could have a presentation on that. And I also believe that Supervisor Lee is going to be putting forward a request to look at any expenditures out of the general fund and some departments. I tend to be opposed to across the board kind of cuts. I would rather look at very specific ones, duplication of effort. I think that those are some of the things that I know Supervisor Lee discussed having a conversation about at our next meeting. Supervisor Lee?
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask Administrator Lesher to really add this. I'll have a memo out to request it on the agenda, but really what I'm looking at, thinking about the balance of the budget and the 3% for each of our departments, the question that I would raise is, if a department is very, very small and has very little wiggle room, a 3% can be a lot. But if it's a large department, it's much easier for them to come, to give that piece up. I would wonder if we can, rather than a 3%, if it's wise to really ask the deputy administrators to say, in your areas, you decide on the 3%.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, the deputy county administrators in finance and I meet weekly. When we began this in January, we had a $41 million deficit that we were looking at for next year. We're down to 16 million. And so that's when you look at all those different programs, everything we can evaluate, what can we consider, and then you think, well, can everybody take a bit of a haircut at the 3%? How do we look at that to build into it? Based on the kinds of conversations you've heard today, we've begun to look at exempting elected officials from those policies for a variety of reasons. And so what do we need to do to have just the general fund departments impacted by that? But that's what we've been doing. I agree that sometimes, but we said the easy way is to just take a % across the board. The harder way is to look at very specific programs, allocations of funds, duplication. And we've been working at that weekly. And so what I'm pleased we were going to ask if we can come in, we'll come to the next board meeting with sort of an overview and the snapshot of where we are at this point to get some direction and guidance from the board, because it's the end of the month that we would be sending to you our transmittal of the draft budget. So we'd appreciate that kind of direction and guidance. I'd ask that any of the board members, any questions, comments, and or information you would like us to share or present when we come to the board to talk about a snapshot of the budget on April 2nd, we would welcome those questions at this point.
I think we're just looking, I think it would be, we have to look very critically at any duplication of effort. Anything that we already provide in the county that we also have we fund out of the general fund. We're not talking about pass-through money, and we're not talking about grant money. And I think that, when we're talking about across-the-board cuts, if you have a department that is mostly grant-funded, obviously I would say that those are exempt. I don't want to send back any grant money. I think that that's a crazy idea. So, but I do think that, and all these conversations are really difficult. The vote that we just had is very difficult. A lot of that had to do with financial implications too, and I feel like this board is willing to make some of those really difficult decisions if it means to protect departments or enhance departments that really need the extra support. Yeah. So I think it's a big conversation that we have to have that is uncomfortable. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for the update. So can I move items 18 through 24? Any objections?
Madam Chair, I just have one question on number 19.
Okay. Do you want to just ask the question, or do you want to vote on that separately?
No, I just want to ask the question.
Okay. So can I go ahead and move items 18 through 24? And
actually, Madam Chair, I was going to suggest 18 through 32.
Okay, hang on. I have a question on 25. So I stopped where I was okay. 18 through 24. Can I get a second, and then you'll have an opportunity to ask your question, Supervisor Scott or Christie.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Christie, you had a question on 19.
I did. This is a Human Resources Department requests approval to create the following new classification within the Sheriff's Department, and associated costs will be borne by the department from within its current budget. So maybe it's a simplistic question, but it begs to be asked, how does the Pima County Sheriff's Department create a new position, the cost of which will be borne by the department when the Pima County Sheriff's Department's current budget is over budget?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, this would be a reallocation within the organization. They are looking at wanting this very specific records technician position it's a records position 2. They would be moving and reallocating from existing positions into that records position 2. It's simply a new classification. It would not be additional personnel and or funding, simply movement within the organization.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Administrator Usher.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second for 18 through 24. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes unanimously. We're at item number 25. This is an award to provide aviation grade fuel. This is general fund. So is this coming out of the Sheriff's Department, or this is additional funds? Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, it is funding within the budget.
It's already allocated.
Allocated, correct.
We're just amending the master agreement.
That is
correct. We're not adding an additional. Okay.
We are not, thank you.
All right. So given that, I think, do we want to move items 25 through 30?
32.
Okay, 25 through 32. I'll go ahead and move those.
Second.
A motion and a second for 25 through 32. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on 33. This is the Arizona Department of Health and Human Services to provide for COVID-19 health disparities. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 34 is MacArthur Foundation to provide Safety and Justice Challenge. This is the no-cost grant term extension. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. How about 35 through, it's a hearing. Okay, 35 and 36. I'll go ahead and move both of those.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on to hearing. This is a hearing for a bingo license at the American Legion on Houghton Road. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this hearing, of this license? Okay, then I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, 5-0. Now we're on to 38. This is a type 2 conditional use permit for hotel expansion and improvements associated to infrastructure at Mount Lemon, Rural Village Center and Mount Lemon zones. And this is a hearing. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and ask what's the pleasure. Oh, are you here to speak in opposition? Do you want to come up and say your name, and then you can ask for the information, and then we'd have your, yeah, then we'll able to connect. The mic's right here. Great, thank you. Yep. And if you can just state your name.
I'm Carol Bender, and I'm in the affected area, so I just wasn't sure what was going to happen. I hadn't seen anything about it until I got the notice of this hearing.
Okay, thank you. And you want more information about the project? Thank you. Do we have staff that can address this item? Please.
Sure, Chair Grijalva, board members. Before you is a request to change 2 existing rooms that were used as a manager's room and a room for employees to be put into the rental pool for the Mount Lemon Lodge, which is successfully operated for the last 6 months to a year. As part of the request, the owner is proposing 19 additional parking spaces, some increased signage to provide better traffic flow in and out of the underground garage, and to extend the sidewalk, which is currently ends at the Mount Lemon Hotel to the north, and the owner's proposing to expand that all the way down to where the Mount Lemon Lodge is to provide continuity to the existing county parking to the north. So that's the scope of the request. No new construction associated with this at the actual lodge. It's all existing rooms that are just going into the rental pool, and then the benefits to the community of the increased parking, sidewalk, and signage.
Okay, thank you, because we did receive an email that was concerned about the impact and also the impact on water and drainage, and so I don't know if you have any additional information about that.
Chair Grijalva, board members, the owner is here who is part of the, or is very familiar with the water and can speak to that. In regards to flooding or any of those issues, that'll be on the east side of the street where the parking is. They will be required to go through all improvements, reviews through our Department of Development Services to ensure that the improvements do not make the situation worse, and I'm sure there will be some improvements.
Thank you. Did you want to speak on the item, or you're just here in case there's questions? Okay, great. Any questions? Supervisor Lee.
I would like to ask the owners, well, first of all, let me compliment Diana and John Osborne on a wonderful job with the beautiful lodge. But if you don't mind, Diana, could you come forward? There was a question regarding the water. Maybe you can address that, and also handicap access, because, you know, where the sidewalk, maybe the sidewalk's going to take care of that, because, you know, it goes into dirt.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. So one of the issues was public safety, and so part of our plan is to provide the sidewalk, but also a crosswalk, which would get people safely down past the lodge to the south so that they could access more businesses. On our side of the road, we don't really have control of anything past the lodge, so we are doing improvements to the north of the lodge in front of the gardens, which is adjacent property that we own, so we can move forward with that. As far as the water use, I happen to sit on the Mount Lemon Domestic Water Improvement District Board, and the reason we went into stage 3, which is really a very serious situation on the mountain and for many other places, is because of decreased precipitation. And so the lodge has made really a big project of being a leader in showing people how they can save water. We have all of our overnight guests sign a document that we ask them to read and agree to become a part of our water saving program. We limit showers to 5 minutes. We use 1.1 gallon per minute shower heads, and they work just as well as higher flow. So we transport laundry to Tucson. We do a lot of that kind of work, and we promote education, more broadly through social media like the news. And let's see, as far as water goes, the water up there, the biggest problem are residential leaks. 2 leaks in the past month equaled more water than the lodge uses in 9 months. So we are implementing, we've just received a grant for $100,000, and we're going for another $500,000, which looks like it's going to be approved for water savings efforts for the water district. So anyway, I'm involved in a lot of things dealing with all of that. Did I answer your question?
You did,
All right.
beautifully. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. I didn't realize that you were here for this item. I would have moved you up.
Oh, no,
I
it's
appreciate
fine.
that.
I thought the
Chair?
whole process was fascinating.
Oh, gosh, I'm sure. Supervisor Christie.
Ms. Osborne, hello, thank you for being here today. What is you mentioned that the water was at stage 3. What is it now?
We are at full water use. Our springs are flowing at 28 gallons per minute. The tanks are full, and we have more rain coming.
And we're back to stage 1.
We are back to stage 1, that is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie, this is in your district. Did you want to go ahead and?
Yeah, I kind of felt like chopped liver here for a little while. I would like to move that the public hearing be closed and that item 38, P23CU00015, Forest Investments LLC et al., North Sabina Canyon Park, be approved with the approval according to staff and subject to standard and special conditions.
Thank you. I'll second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Approved. Okay, opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Item number 39 is a hearing ordinance. This is ordinance number 2024-3, P23RZ000003, Stinson Family Trust, South Headley rezoning. This is a hearing. Is anyone here to speak in opposition of this item? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move to approve the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 40. Supervisor Scott, I was going to hand it off to everybody.
Okay. This is a hearing to approve ordinance number 2024-4. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition to the approval of this ordinance? If not, I will move to close the public hearing and approve the rezoning ordinance.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 41, resolution number 2024-12. This is Westover Avenue rezoning request. If there is anyone here to speak in opposition to this item? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move to approve the rezoning.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 42. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. This is also a hearing, and we're acting on a comprehensive plan amendment and specific plan rezoning resolution and ordinance. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition to these items? If not, then I'll move to close the public hearing and to adopt pass and adopt resolution number 2024-13 and ordinance number 2024-5.
I'll second. So a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. So we've completed the agenda. We'll go on to the addendum. We're on addendum item number 2. Well, can we just go ahead and go to addendum item number 5? It's the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Advisory Board appointment for District 2. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion is second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on to our last item, item number 2, returning to employment seniority. This is discussion, direction, action. So we'll move into the discussion, and this is an item that's put forward by Supervisor Hines. Did you want to go over it?
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Chair Grijalva. I'm just trying to make sure that in reading our policy, it looks like this is the case, and I think I was only partly informed. I just want to make sure that as we're trying to staff up in various departments, that now that we've done the class and compensation study, and that I believe, as I'm reading this, it looks like the policy is to grant, whatever seniority or credit they had on the time that they left us, they'd be given that back. There is no particular, it doesn't say if it's within 10 years or within 20 years, there is no such sort of time switch. I just wanted some clarity from the staff as to how we're doing this, if we're doing this, and just to make sure that we don't need to make any other sort of adjustments to make sure this is happening.
Administrator Lesher?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, when this came up in December of 2022, the policy that the board approved was that we would go back 5 years, and that if people had a break in service or had left, if they came back within a 5-year window, they would get credit, from that point forward. We did not go back. The recommendation at that time was not to go back more than the 5 years. Couple of reasons. One, we know we have data for 5 years. We have some for 10, but it's a little sketchy. But we know we have that. The other thing is, while we do believe it's important to credit people who have left and are coming back, there's also a recognition of those who have been with us every day. So that's simply the clarification, if that's what you're looking for. When you passed this in 22, it was a 5-year window.
And if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Hines, and then Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Christie.
And also, I know this is a bit different, but for departments where the common practice of hiring also includes relevant outside of county experience when calculating salaries and whatnot, how is this approached? Is this like just kind of a case-by-case basis, or is this something that there is an existing policy on that I could be directed to?
And Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, happy to direct you to that. I think probably what you're referring to, based on who's here, the question about the number of years of service that have been credited to attorneys. And the question is whether it's their bar date, how long they've been practicing law, and a need for clarification apparently in that piece of information. Perhaps if there's confusion about that, the county attorney could address the issue.
Great, yes, thank you. I just want to make sure that whatever we're doing is what kind of Pinal County, they like to steal our lawyers. So I would like to see, I just want to make sure giving the correct credit for that Maricopa would when they're hiring their attorneys or whoever else, that Pinal, that Pima is doing the same thing, so that we don't, lose people or fail to get them to come back or to come here at all.
I'm sorry, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, perhaps we could provide a grid that shows you exactly what the other counties are doing, and if we're not providing the direction in the same way, come back on April 2nd with a recommendation to amend the policy.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and I think, Supervisor Christie, and then I'll ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 questions directed to the county administrator, please. First, what problem specifically is this item solving? That's number 1. 2, have we explored, are there any legal ramifications in enacting this policy or involved with this policy that we should be aware of? And 3, does this address individuals who work for Pima County that were terminated because they refused to take the COVID shot and were fired and then were rehired without their seniority. Does this address that?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, to your three questions. Supervisor Hines placed the agenda item on the agenda. So to discuss the problem it's looking to fix, Supervisor Hines might be able to do that. I will tell you that I do think that if this goes forward in this way, what we would like to review, there's some specific terms used in here that we would like to crosswalk, such as seniority or reinstatement and reemployment. We need to look at our merit system rules, the HR rules, other policies to make sure that we've appropriately identified how those positions are described. And individuals who were who left the county were terminated because of COVID or because of reluctance to take the vaccine are within that 5-year window. So when they are back, they did not get they are reinstated at the accrual rate they were at when they left.
So they keep all their seniority and back pay and all of the benefits that they had prior to them being terminated?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie asking questions about back pay, and those issues are different, and I'm happy to provide an analysis of that of, I believe, the 19 individuals who were reinstated coming back to the county, to the Sheriff's Department.
Okay,
But for the purposes of this policy as it relates to reinstatement of the accrual of their benefits, they were reinstated at the point from when they left.
Madam Chair, are we being asked for any action on this, or just a general discussion to refer it back to the county administrator to have these issues addressed and then resubmitted for more discussion at the next meeting?
I think I heard Supervisor Hines asking, like, he's trying to address an issue and was asking our county administrator to respond to that and then bring it back. Am I happy to? Yeah. And I don't believe that this addresses back pay at all. So that in this issue, this is seniority. It has nothing to do with back pay. And so if the back pay question, I think, is a separate question from this item as it reads on the agenda.
Well, so then we would be expecting a renewed report from the county administrator to address Supervisor Hines' issue?
I believe it's coming back April 2nd. Yep.
Okay, and if there's any possibility, Madam Chair, that the county administrator could either provide a separate analysis on the back pay issue with the COVID issue, or as well as an analysis of any legal ramifications that might be incurred by this. If there are none, that would be great. Let's just say so. So I'm hoping that maybe we could expand a little bit on those issues when it returns on the 8th.
Yeah, I think the only question that I have, and I'm only going to connect it to what I'm familiar with in education, but you have some districts that they only give credit for the years of service that were taught in a certain district, in a certain, and then if they leave to go somewhere else and are still teaching, not all districts provide credit, like years of service for those years that were outside of the system. That would be my only question in this case for some of the professionals at some of the blue collar workers, some of those hard to fill positions. If people are coming back with more experience, are we looking at that experience contributing to their years of service or years of education or whatever it is? And I don't know that we do that, and maybe that's a totally separate issue, but I feel like that's something that maybe we're not as competitive in that arena as maybe some of the other counties that take our piece.
And Chair Grijalva, we can speak to that in this memo. What has occurred is if someone leaves and comes back, they are hired in at the rate that they would then, if they've had additional, when they had the years of service. So if, I'm making it up, if they left as an electrician 1 and they've had years of service, when they came back, they might be a 2 or a 3.
Right.
So the compensation is at a very different rate. The question, as I understand it, is whether or not they go back and get the additional, accrue their benefits at the same rate. If they left 20 years ago, they come back and accrue at the rate as if it was 20 years ago. That's what we got.
I don't know that that's where I am, but okay. Supervisor Christie, another question?
Yeah, our office is just getting reports that, particularly in the COVID issue, that those who were hired back after refusing the COVID shot and were terminated, and those that were hired back at a lower rate. And I just want to make sure that's not the case.
Okay. I think that's a separate issue, but I feel like Administrator Lesher is writing it down, separate from this agenda item. And so, any other questions, concerns? I don't care. I mean, our county attorney is still here. I'm assuming, did you want to speak to something specific on this item?
Please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, and members of the board. Yes, the wording of this particular item that was submitted does touch upon some of our staff. So I'll give you very briefly the general overview, which is again that in 2019, the Pima County Attorney's Office was serving this county with 84 attorneys. By the time I arrive in January of 21, I walk in with 61 attorneys. So obviously the need was great. I then went on a very specific recruitment effort that was successful in bringing back 9 attorneys with 117 years of felony trial experience. And that's the macro issue, and I think it's very unique to my department. I've been told that Office of Defender Services only has 1 attorney in this realm, but I've now got a whole number of attorneys who had worked for the county attorney's office years and years ago. They would say that they left for the right reasons. They've come back for the right reasons. Certainly, there was a previous Attorney General Administrator, and we received a number of attorneys specifically from that office from that previous administration. So obviously for public safety interest, I am very interested in retaining them. The new issue that we have now is that years of law practice is the national hiring standard. When you apply for a job, a 4-year attorney offers you some number of skills and experience. An 18-year attorney provides you with much, much more. So the national hiring standard is to look at years of law practice. Not bar date, we go more specifically than that. If you take 5 years off to write your novel, but we don't count that, of course. We count years of relevant law experience. With the new, more competitive salaries that this board gave us in class and comp, right now I can give you a very specific example. We have a 14-year attorney who's wanting to bring their talents into the office. So when I look at 14 years of law practice, I can see what salary I should offer. The problem is that comes in way over that group that I'm trying to retain, because they're not getting credited for years of law practice, and they're kept much lower so far. That's a department appeal that's still alive with the county, can still be addressed so that we can retain all those veterans that we worked so hard to bring in, and so that we can hire based on the new salaries that everyone approved and that you gave us. And I'll be more specific. I have a supervisor right now who is, I think, 22 years in, and she had a 6-month break in county service, and the county's looking at her as an 8-year attorney now. So that's a huge pay parity problem that's going on inside, and it makes it difficult for us to hire veterans because of that. So I am hoping the board will ask the county to address that department appeals so that we can retain our veterans and continue to recruit veterans as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Ms. Lesher, when we were talking about the new vacancy policy that was continued until we get your memorandum, one of the conversations we had was with regard to positions that are difficult to fill throughout the county, that perhaps may include the county attorney's references, and perhaps offering starting salaries that are at the mid-range instead of at the beginning range. Is that the kind of endeavor that we can take with positions like the ones that the county attorney is mentioning, or would that require the kind of policy change reflected in the addendum item that Supervisor Hines put in place?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, I think there's a whole bunch of different issues that are sort of combined together into one element today. Whether we're talking about break in service for the accrual of vacation time and such, again, policy the board did, we looked at 5 years. If we're looking at how we define break in service, as I've told the board before, we are reviewing that now. Initially, the decision had been a break in service is a break in service because you have to draw a line somewhere. We are reevaluating that, and we'll be coming back to look at what a break in service should more appropriately be, so that for the issues of someone who's been out a couple of months not be penalized for that. So that is in progress and will be coming back. Another issue that is unique only to the county attorney's office relates to the definition of law practice, how many years of service. We're happy to take a look at that and come back. Then there's the whole issue of vacancy savings, that we're looking at, and that's when we initially, this was before the board at the last meeting, I had begun to work with the county attorney's office to look at a memorandum I could approve that would exempt the county attorney's office from that at the time because of the unique position they are in with people graduating from law school, taking the bar, not getting results until fall. We wanted to make sure that those positions were not swept. So we had already looked at the memorandum. I did not sign it or approve it because you didn't approve the policy. So there was no need at that time. But we will continue to work on that if that's clearly the direction here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Thank you very much.
Did we catch every item?
Thank you.
We jumped around a little bit. Okay, thank you so much. This meeting is adjourned.